It's good concrete. Trying to fix the stream setup here. Opera has crashed. Oops. That's crazy. That was an insane crash. Give me a second here. Trying to fix up the restream thing because it's not streaming to the right platform here. It's not streaming to Kick properly. So everything else is good, but we'll get this all fixed up. Get the music back on. My bad. Just everything crashed in an instant. So let's see here. Channels. Let's go here. Let's go Epidemic Sound. Add new channel. Wow, as soon as you pull that up, it just completely crashes, huh? That's actually kind of crazy. Let's see if I can pull this up with Chrome. Restream. That's actually kind of insane. So whenever I try to link the my Kick live stream into it, it just completely crashes everything. So it's crashing all the sounds and stuff, but I'll get this fixed real quick. Give me 1 second. That way the stream can go live on Kick as well. Second. Alright, perfect. Alright, got the chat fixed up. Thank you. Alright, type something in the chat if you're here, if you're alive. Appreciate you. Alright, so we got the music fixed up. We got the chat. Let's do dim. Let's do the Streamlabs. I had a bunch of crashes because I was trying to link everything up with the don't know if that'll work. It might not work this time, so we'll come back to it again later. All right, so what's good, everybody? What's good, Wrestling Mayhem? What's good, Centipede? My Zombie Side, McKinney Sand, Snow Shadow, Daddy Dude, Rain, Bobby QQ, TFC. Oh my God, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Iron Banner set? Is it Iron Banner? Hey, wait a minute. We're definitely playing some Iron Banner if that's the case. Hell yeah. All right. All right, it's time, chat. It is time. Let's do this thing. What's up? What's up? Iron Banana has returned. All right, let's do this. Ex-Bungie game director said publicly on Twitter, this isn't an evil management thing when talking about Bungie. It's a, hey, this feature costs X engineering, testing / animation budget. Is it critical and more important than 100 other priorities? And this is in response to multiplayer emotes. This right here was a tweet shared with everyone that says, things that Sony can't take away from us. Oh, really? You want to challenge them? Just wait. Don't challenge Herman. Guardians rallying to vibe in the tower. So you got the multiplayer emotes being used a bunch. And then you have here, this is interesting, like a little bit of drama between the two of them here. You've got the ex-Destiny 2 senior design lead, social world director, player history and stuff. All right. Got Steven here. He actually gives some insider information, right? He's leaking a little bit. And we love to see it. Right? This gives us finally a look behind the curtain at Bungie that we never get to see. There's hundreds and hundreds of employees. Sure, there's countless issues and things that happen and questions that we as the community have of Bungie. And now they're all leaking because they all got laid off. So they got no reason to not leak anything. So it's just the wild, wild west out here, dude. Everyone's leaking everything. It's insane right now. He says multiplayer emotes were such a fight to get funded. Worth every little trick we did to get them in. So this comes back to this new dynamic that's happening, and we're starting to see some pushback. All right, we were talking about this publicly before Christopher Barrett even said anything here. And this is the narrative. Don't shoot the messenger. This is the narrative that's going around that people are debating. Is the fall of Destiny 2 blamed entirely on the shoulders of leadership? And therefore the devs, the employees, the Stevens, is it the Stevens fault, right? Or is it the Christopher Barrett's faults, right? Christopher Barrett would have been in the leadership position. The Stephen Dolans. I mean, he was technically a senior design lead, so he wasn't like, he wasn't a junior or anything like that, but he was probably not as powerful enough to make some big decisions. Obviously, he had to fight just to get multiplayer emotes in here. The narrative as it stands right now, most popularly talked about, is it's the leadership's fault. The people making the decisions made the bad decisions. And there's this big narrative that, the Destiny devs were really trying and fighting and advocating for really cool things in the game, i.e., why we have SRL in the game now with the final June update. Which, disclaimer, I think it's incredible. I actually really like the June update. I think that this is an excellent send-off for Destiny 2. The game is, it's in the best state possible as far as replayability and playing all the different activities that are in the game, right? Like if you were to jump into Destiny 2 right now as a new player, this would be maybe the best possible time in terms of how much content you would get and, how the quality of all the activities. The only caveat there is obviously there's sunsetting, so the story might not make the most sense. But aside from that, this is definitely the best time because you could go play any raid now. You're going to get tiered weapons and armor, so you're going to be able to put that stuff on and become much more powerful each clear of any given activity. So this Christopher Barrett, he's pushing back now. He's saying it's not an evil management thing. Okay. It's not like management evil, devs good. All the devs are angels. And we've been talking about this a little bit because I think that there is a culture problem a little bit with Bungie where, they're working on things like the Destiny dating sim, the Dream Daddy Destiny dating sim thing. And, it's not like every idea the devs have is a genius idea. And player housing is an interesting idea. Don't get me wrong. I like that one overall, but there's no shortage of ideas. Let's be real here. Like, there's a million games out there, and of course, everyone's going to advocate for what we should add to Destiny next, and who's right and who's wrong. At the end of the day, leadership makes that final decision, and unfortunately, here we are with a dead game. So we're trying to figure out who are we pointing the fingers at. We're pointing the fingers at you, Christopher Barrett. We're pointing the fingers at you, Steve Dolans. Right? We're trying to figure out who to blame. And obviously, it's not going to be as black and white. Like, it's not going to be just this fault, that fault. It's going to be the blame is going to go to everyone, if I'm being honest. It's going to go to everyone, but the majority of the blame will go on leadership because people will advocate for things that obviously don't get put in the game. That being said, though, that Destiny dating sim, the leaders like Christopher Barrett said, no, hard no, that's not happening, right? Not him specifically, but the idea behind that, which I agree with. So quite the battle going on right now between them online. Crazy to see. There's a bunch of other replies here as well. The guy who made the original post here said, obviously, I'm an outside looking in perspective, but in a game that is intended to bring people together, this seems like such a no-brainer to be able to have a little whimsy with random players, And Christopher Barrett responds, which again, I feel like there's like this element of people talking about things, and it's not necessarily wrong in ways they're talking about, they're mischaracterizing the situation and maybe not exactly understanding the exact inner workings of how a video game is made. And it's interesting. It's interesting. I would like to see a full video or crazy podcast where Christopher Barrett breaks down exactly the decisions that were made throughout Destiny for 12 years. I know he probably can't because I would maybe break his NDA. He's probably not trying to get sued or anything like that. But it would be cool because I think that there's a lot of smoke and mirrors and there's a lot of confusion. Christopher Barrett responds to this saying, I never said it wasn't a good feature or one worth fighting for. So he's not saying it's not a bad feature to make multiplayer emotes, right? Like, it's perfectly fine. I was one of the sole developers on D1 fighting for emotes, dancing, player customization, social features, etc. And so the point he's getting at is he's not saying it's a bad feature. He's just saying when someone presents this idea, they do like a cost analysis of like, well, if we're going to implement this thing, how many devs have to work on it? How long is that cycle going to last for? What is the intended outcome? Will the emotes sell more than it cost for the developmental effort, right? And then also, what's the trade-off, right? Like, are we going to make these emotes and have a team work on these multiplayer emotes and then, leave Gambit for another season with no updates or maybe no new strikes that season or something, right? Like, there's probably going to be a trade-off, right, of some kind. And not because the emote team makes strikes, right? Let's be clear about that. Because there's a certain budgeting, right? You can only have such a high budget given every different quarter for Destiny. And so you have to allocate your budget accordingly. Right? You can't just say, you know what? Whatever we want to do, that's what we'll do. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. As cool as that would be, I mean, that would be pretty awesome. We'd probably have some pretty crazy stuff in the game if we could just do whatever we want whenever we wanted. But there has to be some organization, right? And that's all he's saying. There has to be organization. This guy says, John Halo, it's very much an evil management thing. Ooh, this guy's got some serious pushback here. When your employees are constantly, I don't know what that word means, but giving you cool ways to do cool things, and your response every time is Nah, let's waste money on developing other games and a new headquarters. Damn. Then you're a prick. Oh my God, John Halo. John Halo's going after him today. You better calm down, John Halo. It ain't that serious. Christopher Barrett says, those things are completely unrelated. I'm talking about a very specific, in the weeds game feature, not the overall culture or studio level decisions, which may a fair but separate critique. So, yeah. So the idea is there's this sentiment that, the employees are constantly giving you cool ways and cool things to do. And you, evil, bad management, man, you guys are just like, no, we want the game to die. That's what we want. We don't want to. It's like this characterization is really silly to me. I'm happy that we get some responses, I guess, but like, I wouldn't even bother responding to some shit like this. Like, dude. And to be fair, there is a good criticism towards wasting money on developing other games. It's been talked about pretty heavily. I wish we had doubled down on the IP that's Destiny and focused on the future of that franchise as a live service game or a sequel. We talked about that. Or even a D1 remastered. That would have been the easiest slam dunk ever, right? At the very least, after COVID happened, you could see how a D1 remastered could be a perfect time and place to begin development. And it could come out on PC, have renewed everything, graphics, you name it, right? Maybe it would work, maybe it wouldn't work, maybe it'd be a flop because a lot of that D1 stuff is already in D2 technically, so it's kind of like reselling the thing that you sold once in Destiny 1 and then selling it again in Destiny 2 and then selling it a third time again with the Destiny 1 remastered. So I'm sure people would be upset to some degree, but overall, once you get the death of Destiny 2 announced, you're like, all right, you know what? We'll take it. We'll take the D1 remastered. And then the new headquarters, this is something that we criticized even back in the day. We were one of the very few voices that said anything. We offered the tiniest bit of pushback, like, hey, why are we spending like something like anywhere from like 10 to $60 million on this thing? I forget how much it was. It was crazy, but that's probably not the best decision overall. John Halo goes back saying, again, it's all related though. They should not have had to fight that hard for multiplayer emotes. It's indicative of how many times management in these companies says no to cool stuff and then is surprised when a game tanks. And then Christopher Barrett says, okay, if you say so. If you say so, John Halo. You know what? You got it all figured out, bud. That's hilarious to me. All right. Ooh, this one's spicy right here. The Destiny show is really calling him out on this one. More important than the vested stocks and bonus payouts leadership received. What's your cut, Chris? 45 million? Ooh, what was your cut? Actually, you know what? That would be such a spicy news story, dude. Christopher Barrett reveals how much money he made at Bungie. I don't think he'll do it, but man, that would be pretty crazy, huh? This guy has definitely made close to potentially the 100 million mark, which is a lot. Somewhere around there. All right, somewhere around there. Let me double check this. How much money is Christopher Barrett owed in his lawsuit against Bungie currently, according to his side of the story, his allegations? All right. Original claim is that Bungie and Sony fired him to avoid paying him more than $45 million in retention and equity compensation. And Christopher Barrett is now seeking $200 million in damages. So damage to his reputation, right? This guy is one of the most prolific Bungie devs of all time. He could have easily gone on to any studio and became the game director day one, right? Like there's no, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no limitations to what he would have post Bungie in terms of his career. The guy has done it all and has been a part of basically every successful thing in Bungie's history from the beginning. So basically with these allegations and this crazy lawsuit, it basically ended his career. He becomes a social pariah. No one's going to want to work with him. And effectively his career is done forever, right? So I think additional damages are stacked onto that, which led up to $200 million. But he is contractually owed about 45 to $50 million. So that's crazy. 50 million. Think about how much he made initially. You know, usually these deals, I mean, maybe it wasn't this way, but usually these deals will have an upfront payment right out for the bat for solidarity. So that way you can, you know, you sign this deal of like, hey, I'm going to pay you 50 million. But then a few months down the road, you get the axe like, oh, shit. So I don't know how much he made right off the bat, but it's crazy. He then goes on to say, this looks like a budget thing and more like a leadership greed thing, or this looks less like a budget thing and more like a leadership greed thing. Priorities equal money. And Christopher Barrett responds to this saying, I was talking about a specific feature, which was multiplayer emotes, not defending any leadership or their motivations. I think anyone who knew me would tell you I always fought for important features for players and to improve the game. So there it is. I think that was it. I think that was all of his replies. Bro woke up today and decided to go on a spree right here. Oh, never mind. There's more. He says, I didn't imply that you did, just merely stating that it's strange that devs would have to fight for multiplayer emotes in a game where it's intended to be a social experience. Every feature has to be fought for. This is a valid point, right? Like everything, it's not like an idea comes up and it's just like, you know, this guy just immediately is accepted, right? Everything has to be debated and talked about against 100 other priorities. Like we said, should we add a new PvP map or should we do multiplayer emotes? That was my point. That's just how game dev works. Is that more critical than a new set of supers? Ooh, he's getting into the weeds with the specific. So would you rather have multiplayer emotes or a new set of supers? A new weapon archetype? Ooh, a networking bug? Oh man, maybe, but that's just the process. And now he comes to the other side. He says, yeah, that makes sense and is understandable in the larger scope of things. Appreciate the insight into it. He's like, oh, he stands to reason. He's like, oh yeah, you know what? That does make sense, right? It's funny. So there it is. That is the end of the spree of comments and questions for Christopher Barrett, the ex-game director, who's entrenched in this crazy lawsuit. And I feel like this is the first time we've seen a little bit of pushback from the management or people that are higher up publicly saying things like, look, we get it. If you guys want to point the fingers and say evil management, leaders bad, it's fine. But it's like Bungie kind of does things in a pretty seemingly democratic way. Like there's a lot of like a group of people that make these decisions and stuff. And of course, you know, at the end of the day, you do have to make a decision. And if the decision is good and awesome and everyone loves it, like the Witch Queen, people will praise you for it. But if the decision sucks ass and everyone's mad, like Lightfall, then everyone's going to roast you. And that's just the way she goes, man. That's the way she goes. The man in the arena, you know, you get roasted one way or the other. And it's interesting to see a little bit more nuance and understanding of how we got to the situation. I would love to see more. I'm sure we will over the next upcoming days. We'll see more ex-Bungie devs leak and engage in conversations because I think it's like NDA, schmendia, fuck it, we ball, game's over. Studio's probably over. Marathon's definitely over. Have you seen Marathon lately? Oh my god. Ooh, look at that. You know what I'm saying? It's over. It's over. So now everyone's going buck wild, dude. It's crazy time. Let me know what you think about the situation down in the comments below. Oh my god, we got Nico Boy 1358 sent floating heart. It's 10 joules. I don't even know what that means. That doesn't even make sense. What the hell are even that? Thank you. Truly. What is a floating heart? Oh. What is a floating heart? Let's see here. We got what am I looking for here? I have to pull up the Google Drive. I don't know either. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. $10 joules, a happy poop emoji? What the hell? What are even 10 joules? What are 10? Someone sent me 10 joules in the YouTube chat. What is that? In my YouTube live stream. What is that worth? How much money is that? It says a happy poop, 10 joules. Did I see a PSA about a server slam next week? That's right. That's right. On Bungie Day, we're going in. That's going to be the most depressing Bungie Day ever. Imagine if Sony lays off Bungie on Bungie Day. Can you imagine, like, the ultimate? That would actually be revenge. Yo! That would actually be crazy revenge. If the revenge narrative is true, that's definitely how it goes down. Are you kidding me? That's 1 million as goes down. Sony says, happy Bungie Day. You're all fired. Pack it up. We'll do a video about that. Sony's revenge manifesto. What is a manifesto? Why is that a word? It's a manifesto is a public statement where a person, group, or organization lays out their beliefs, goals, principles, or plans for action. Sony's revenge manifesto, yes. Oh, man. Video in Drive. All right. Is Iron Banana up? Relaunching this game. So do I have to like update anything? 395K on the petition now. I know we got like 1 week left to get 5,000, and we're not getting 1,000 a day right now. So we're gonna have to kick it into full gear. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to put her in third gear, boys. Iron Depression this week. I wonder if anyone has a working RPG with a Galhorn skin. So important question. Does everyone who gets fired before the options mature lose them? So Jason Jones does not get them? No, I'm sure it's like... I'm sure it's not like that. I'm sure it's all written. Dude, like these contracts are like fucking probably 100 pages long or something crazy. I'm sure it's nothing wacky going on there. You just don't get as much, right? Like you're very incentivized to stay until the very end. You know what I'm saying? You want to stay until the bitter end, no matter the outcome. We were talking about this a little bit with like DMG, how he had recently posted on Twitter and stuff saying like, or like on there'd be a multi-year roadmap and all these things, right? And like multi-year roadmap, and then they just like canceled the game. We were pretty confused. Oh, the Iron Banner has returned. Yes. Yes. And we're like, man, they kind of screwed that guy over. They really kind of screwed DMG over. And so I kind of thought afterwards it would be like, I thought DMG might be like on Twitter and be like, hey, you guys made me look like a fool. So F you guys, I'm out of here. But instead he just like joined Marathon. And I'm like, wait a second. that's a plot twist and a half right there. What the fuck? So, but I think part of that comes down to when you have seniority, you get those vested stock options or something. I don't know. You're probably making a lot of money. You can't blame the guy. He's making tons of money. But man, that's a rough situation, right? Imagine your boss effectively takes your head and dunks your head into the toilet bowl during the company meeting and then gives you an atomic wedgie. And then you're just like, all right, boss, what do you want me to do next? You know? That's what I feel like with that situation. Like, that's rough. But you walk past your boss at the office and he puts a piece of paper with a tape on it, says loser. And it's like, what do you want me to do next, boss? Like, that's kind of a very unusual way of behaving, but you know what? That's the way it goes, I guess. Can't blame anyone right now in the games industry because so many people are getting laid off that it's like, I would want a job too. You know what I'm saying? If I was in the games industry, I would want a job too, especially one that's paying $100,000+ a month. My God. Google is shutting down the gift provider Tenor? Really? Probably just don't need it. You probably can just integrate it into Google's fucking Thanos gauntlet of software. Where's Iron Banner at? What the fuck is... Hey, wait a second. He's up there. Oh, shit. Dude, Iron Banner not in the middle? They reallocated Iron Banner over here. They threw you into the fucking corner over here, Saladin. I feel like the lighting on your face is not accurate. It is not that dark. It is not that dark. It is a bright ass sunny day at the tower, sir. And then I interact with you and then it's fucking midnight. Oh man. I actually don't care that much. The focused decoding. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Legacy gear. Oh, okay. Yes. Good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's go here. Ooh. Control or eruption? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Eruption is kind of whack. Every time I play eruption, I run forward, I kill the people, and then they spawn on the other side of the map, and I'm on this like huge map. I can never make it over to the other side. I blow up. Any new weapons? I don't know. It's just like the tiered weapons. I don't know. Did they say there was new Iron Banner weapons? I missed that. Ooh, which ones? Which ones? What's good? The ray gun has gone. Quick question, Lucky. My wife was playing Destiny last night, grinding for about 2 hours, and all she could get from any legendary engrams was either the exact same leg armor or the exact same scout rifle over and over and over and over again. There was no variation loot. Any idea why that was? I have no clue. Sounds like she needs some boots and scout rifles, though. The game said, what if boots and scout rifles only? I have no clue. I've never heard of that before. God said, it's time for you to wear these boots and use this scout. It's weird. Yeah, definitely weird. I've not heard of this glitch. But there are some glitches out there. In fact, I need to talk about this cheese forever glitch. I forgot about this one. Fuck, gotta do that. This is a crazy one. I don't watch Twitch much, but you might be the only streamer I've seen that have a YouTube chat in your Twitch chat. That's dope. That's what I'm talking about. The YouTube chat is in the Twitch chat. And if the Kick stream was working, it would be here too. And if anyone ever typed on Twitter, it would be in there as well. Unfortunately, Twitter people are not real. They're all bots. If you were running the same event over and over, it might just have locked in rewards. Oh, true. Yeah, it depends on the activity. Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal, standing at the front. What happened to the sunshot? That'll be sent later on. Iceman, that's valid. I think you're right. Saying some fault here. Ooh, that last word, though. Hey. Oh, shit. The hell? That was a fucking feral titan right there, dude. Trying to punch me. Oh, shit. I think it's weird. I think that it's odd to blame Sony for killing Bungie. I'm trying to think, what specifically would Sony have done to kill them? If that makes sense. Like, Sony buys Bungie and they give them complete creative freedom, right? And then they just miss their monetization goals. And then I'm assuming they still have creative freedom. It's like Bungie kind of ran themselves into the ground, you know? Oh my god, the stuttering is insane. This game is like unplayable right now, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck is the stuttering, dude? Look at my game. Ugh. My eyes hurt. This game is borderline unplayable, dude. Look at the stuttering. You see that? Look at... Oh my god. What is this? This is fucked, dude. This is absolutely fucked. Look at that. Wait. Dude. I'm gonna got... The stuttering in Destiny 2 is absolutely insane. Look at this. I'm gonna stare at this direction. Look, this is not like my capture card or anything. This is a big issue that people have been talking about. It's like skipping. I'm like, I'm not moving smoothly as I go. I'm like doing a little like, Oh. Oh, it's horrible. It's like subtle. It's not like extreme stuttering. Like it's not like you're actual like teleporting from one location to the next necessarily, but it's noticeable enough that it's fucking painful on my eyes and playing. I have to like stand still. No, I don't know. No, you know what? No. Just no. Just no. Just no. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's not Iron Banner. People have been talking about this. It's not Iron Banner. Some Iron Banner armor isn't available to folks that didn't earn it last season. Sadly, the patch will be delayed. Won't be fixed this week. Well, there goes that. Happens only in PvP. Does it really? Damn. Dude, I'm so sad. My favorite game is eroding in front of my face. Yeah, look at this. Destiny 2 is becoming unplayable. Cheese Forever, who is basically the most well-known cheese and exploit content creator in the Destiny 2 world, has inadvertently found a cheese or a bug that has completely broken specifically his Titan. My Titan is royally broken today. Watch, he's going to select his Titan. Watch what happens here. Whenever he selects his Titan, immediately gets an error code, Weasel. However, he can select his Hunter and his Warlock just fine. This is what the post reads. The Titan is royally broken today. If I click him, I get Weasel error every time, but my other characters work fine. Last thing I did was load into the Moon Patrol. Before that, I created a new Titan on an alt account on Xbox to run the story. Yikes. Imagine if you were locked out of being able to play on one specific character, your favorite character. If I was locked out of on my Titan, dude, I'd be so mad. Apparently, they did find a fix for this, it would seem. Update fixed only after deleting 75% of my loadouts in DIM via clear slot number. Oh god, this is like a crazy fix. Apparently related to loadouts that I'm pretty sure was an older loadout that was saved with an artifact equipped. Yikes. Still trying to fix Destiny while on life support, I guess. Bungie is currently aware of the issue. Make sure your friends are too. Yeah, it's crazy. There's so many issues and bugs that's going to happen with this game. We needed to have like an update happen and then like probably 2 months of QA to make sure that the game got put in a good spot. Unfortunately, as we covered recently, several of the QA team were still reproducing glitches in the game from Seraph Shield and Deepstone Crypt from the elevator crashes. And they were working on different consoles and frame rates late into Wednesday night. And their goal was to verify the fix with their dev kits by Thursday. However, it just so happened that they got the rug pulled out from underneath them. Little did we know we wouldn't get to verify it as we were all swept up in the layoffs. So the layoffs hit them mid QA session, fixing elevator crashes and glitches. So there will be several bugs, several issues in Destiny 2. Right now, we're currently dealing with not just these elevator crashes, of course. There's also a big stutter bug. Have you been playing the game at all and seen the stutter bug? I just went into my first game of Iron Banner, and it was so stuttery and ridiculous, right? They then go on to list all of their accomplishments and everything they got to work on. And it's kind of incredible to see this much transparency from a QA team member, right? Like they really go into like, this is all the stuff that I really worked to polish to make sure that when you played this activity, it worked well, right? And then Cheese Forever goes in and finds all the glitches. Crazy stuff. And in similar news to this, the TWID and the next week patch planned for this Tuesday have been delayed. So it's Tuesday right now. Iron Banner came out. They just dropped it. It does have a bug as well, which we'll go over in a second. But I feel like we're just like, oh, yeah, by the way, this has bugged. And by the way, that's bugged. And then, yeah, and this thing's not going to get fixed. And that thing's not going to get fixed. Right. So when this patch goes live, we don't know. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we have no clue when the patch goes live. We have no clue when this TWID goes live. It's still not live at the time of recording this video. We do know that some of these things are not going to get fixed. And Iron Banner armor isn't available to some folks that didn't earn it last season, and that's this Iron Banner. Sadly, with the patch delayed, it won't be fixed this week. So in future iterations of Iron Banner, it would presumably be fixed. Maybe, question mark, hopefully, fingers crossed. Please let game work. And yeah, that's where they're at with it. So some Iron Banner glitches, obviously some other glitches going on in the game. They're trying to push out what would seem to be the final patch for Destiny 2. I doubt there'll be any more than this, any more hotfixes aside from this, because, you know, who's going to do it? Where's the team at? There ain't nobody there. Nobody's home. It's a complete ghost town in the Bungie HQ now. You know, there's probably like a tumbleweed rolling around somewhere around there. There ain't nobody there to issue any more hotfixes. So whatever happens this time, that's it. That's the end of all the glitches and bugs. And then whatever Cheese Forever finds at that point, that's the forever cheese. The cheese forever, forever cheese. Hopefully the game is in a playable state. Hopefully the game functions well. How sad would it be if Destiny 2, because of its insane spaghetti code, literally became unplayable and they just had to shut it down? That would honestly be the cherry on the shit cake for Bungie, though. Truly. Let me know what you think about the situation down in the comments below. All right. What else do we have here? Is the stuttering happening in like a private match? Can I go into a private match? Wonder. We'll launch into another control game. This is why I was hoping they'd leave big shit like the boss and artifact glitches. Just fix the small stuff like caddies. If they did leave the big glitches, okay, there's a trade-off to that. If they leave the big glitches, then no one ever plays the game as intended ever again. Everyone only ever does the cheeses and glitches, right? Which is okay in some light because you're like, fuck it, we ball, we end this game cheesing. But there should be some semblance of playing the game as intended, right? Like you should, generally speaking, load into a raid with 6 people and learn the mechanics and clear the ads and communicate and, you know what I'm saying, do the, like, if instead you just like load in by yourself and solo it because of some insane cheese, you know, it's like, I'm not, you know, you had a good time still, like you got in there, but if only we could have a separate cheese playlist and a fixed playlist, you know? Oh, hell no, I'm out of here. I'm not fighting that shit. Hey, get out of here. Hey, get out of here. Hey! Stop hitting my lag switch, dude. Dude, I got my Ethernet cable plugged into a freaking light switch. Why does it matter if the game's dead? Why does it matter if the game is playable or not? I mean, it's like you kind of want people that might ever play the game to play it as intended, right? There is an element of like whatever the game devs design the gameplay to be like, you generally do want to play the game like that to some degree. I get what people are advocating for. They just want to save time. Like, fuck it, why not just save time? What is this game? Is a stuttery mess, dude. Like, I'll give you an example right now. Like, imagine if every playlist there was like a sidearm that like one hit shot to the body. You know, it's like honestly, it's kind of funny. I would be using the sidearm for like a few hours just to fuck around, but after like 2 weeks of everyone only shooting this one sidearm and at one hit killing everyone and no other weapon being viable, no hand cannons, pulse rifles, shotguns, nothing, just this sidearm, you'd probably be like, all right, you know, like, come on, you know, like I kind of want to use the god roll hand cannon that I farmed for. So, unfortunately, activities in Destiny, we like to save time, is what it is. Destiny is a grindy game, and in any grindy game, people like to save time. Nothing wrong with that. What were you thinking, sir? The whole game is laggy now? Yeah, I'm feeling that. I'm not sure. I might have to tweet out about that. I'll tweet out about that. Is Destiny 2 feeling very laggy and choppy right now? Bugs preventing being able to do an activity or mechanics not working correctly should always be priority over, oh no, the gods we built have god powers. Yeah, it's going to be a trade-off, right? I understand why game-breaking bugs like that should be patched or like super overpowered things, right? Um, it's a tough one, right? There's an element of like the game's over, just let everyone have fun, maybe, right? Um, so there's an element of that. It's not you're not wrong in feeling that, like, you know, game's dead, game's over, but it does suck for anyone that does want to play the game, like, or learn the game, right? Like, you might already know everything or do everything just fine, but there are people that maybe want to learn. You know, people are like, hey, I want to learn how to do Pantheon this weekend or something. And they're like, oh no, we're not gonna learn. We're not gonna teach you or do that. We're just gonna cheese it. What the fuck? Are you stupid? We're here to waste our time. It's like, oh, all right, I guess, you know. And when you've already spent so much time with the game, there's an interesting element of when you've spent so much time with the game where you're kind of over all of that, right? You're like, you know. But if I give you an example, it might make more sense, right? Like if I went to play World of Warcraft, and I have no clue how this game works, by the way. So I'm gonna completely butcher how the mechanics work. But if I went to play World of Warcraft, right now, and I showed up on day one, and I said, I want to do a raid, I want to do something challenging, you know, teach me how to do this, like, you know, they do like these 30-man activities or something, right? Like I've seen Leroy Jenkins. That's the extent of my World of Warcraft knowledge is Leroy Jenkins. I want to go do the Leroy Jenkins activity. Teach me how to do it properly, right? And they were like, "Oh, well, there's like to explain it to you would take a while, so instead we're just going to cheese it so you can just like stand in the corner and then just while we cheese it." And I'd be like, "Okay, well, I mean, I guess like I'll do that because I don't want to be abrasive or anything." But it's like I did kind of want to learn how to play the game, I guess, but you know? So for the veteran players, they're like, "Fuck this shit, dude. We want to cheese this Pantheon. We want to get through it. We just want to clear activities." And maybe new players or players that want to like learn how the game mechanics work or play it as intended or like, nah, not as much fun perhaps. Wouldn't you just avoid playing with those type of people? You could, but the problem is when it's just so well established and so easy, it's going to be hard to do that, I think. Um, yeah. In a perfect world, there just would never be any cheese, right? There just would never be the cheese or the game-breaking exploits. So then there would be nothing like that to take advantage of. So then there's not even a debate or anything, right? Unfortunately, because of not necessarily poor QA testing, but just because the game has so many moving parts that like QA is like a literal nightmare. A nightmare of a nightmare of a nightmare. Some IO Interactive about to lay off people? No shot, really? I heard there's a bunch of Xbox layoffs happening. There's like the games industry right now, we are going through the actual the great games depression right now. Fucking my game, Destiny 2 can't even play right. The game's stuttering everywhere I go. This is actually so obnoxious, dude. Oh my god. I feel like I'm playing a PowerPoint projector fucking game right now. You'd almost have to have the streamer be the base QA to find everything. The problem is then things are already in the game, right? It's the reason why it's like this, like I'll give you a good example. Imagine you went out to like a big open field, right? And you said we hid uh an Easter egg out here. Right? A big open field, fucking 100 acres. One Easter egg is out there. And I told you give 3 people to go find it, right? The QA team, 3 people, let's say. Okay. Takes you 3 hours to find it. Now I said, now send 30,000 people out to find it. It takes you less than 3 minutes, right? It's a numbers game. It's a volume game. You know, you can't have a QA team of 1,000,000 people, right? But you can have 1,000,000 people online playing an activity. And 1,000,000 people online playing activity means bugs get found literally 1,000,000 times faster. Like, to the point where you're like, damn. So that's what happens. That's why there's the bugs in the game, and that's why people find these things, is because the player base exceeds the QA team by like, you know, probably 100,000 to 1. So it's like, of course we're gonna find things way more, you know? Destiny is so choppy for me. Yeah, it's actually bad right now. It's actually really bad. I am depressed. I am depressed. We just got triple capped. I'm about to boot up my console. Does Destiny choppy on PlayStation? I'm literally about to boot up my PlayStation just so I can play this game. Look. Being too weird, dude. Hunters, man. Hunters are just some weird bunch of people. Lucky we're old, dude. We're very old. Yes. Haven't checked. So, That's why, yeah, so that's why QA always has problems. There's always something happening with that. But then the problem is that you have a game, when some glitch is found, people like the glitch. So that's like a weird element where you'll find a glitch like the crafting, and it's like, hey, this is kind of fun. I would play the crafting right now. Right? Every gun is like a one-hit kill all of a sudden, you know? That's pretty cool. But it's not as intended, you know? It's not how the game's meant to be played. And then I guess the new dilemma is that the game is over and done with, right? Should you leave the game in a bugged state so everyone can just cheese everything, or should you make the game function as close to as intended as possible? And some people will say, a game's over, dude, just let everyone have fun, fuck it. And honestly, I would be okay with there being like a bugged weekend. Could you imagine if they did like a little mini event? A crafting weekend? Crafting weekend event. Where they just like let people bug the game. And then throughout the weekday, it's like, you know, maybe like a once a month weekend event. Like kind of like Iron Banner. Whoop! That guy should have been dead. I would be okay with that. So that way you could kind of appease both ends, appease both things, right? I don't know though. It's interesting though. I feel like a lot of people are of team like fuck it, we ball. You know, fuck it, we cheese team, you know? And I'm like, are people really like that? Like, is everyone in the chat like, chat, do you want the glitches in the game? Do you want them to leave the game glitched so we can just like fast farm Pantheon? Type 1 in chat if yes, type 2 if no. Let's find out. Okay, and also, if that's where you stand, if you guys are like breaking the rules, I sure as hell do not want to get in a street fight with you guys. I don't want to get into a fight with you guys. Because you guys are the type of people to kick in the groin, dude. I'm not trying to fuck with that. Oh. No! A street fight? I chopped the legs, dude? Dude, Brostafa in a street fight? Brostafa literally comes at you like this, dude. That's Brostafa in the street fight. Just gonna straight poke you in the eyes, dude. Fucked up. Brostafa keeps a very small vial of acid just in case he has to chuck it at you. You know something funny? I was driving home yesterday, and as I was driving home, some guys pulled up next to my car, and they're like looking at me, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" These guys are looking at me, right? And so I rolled the window down, and they're just like, "Hey," and I was like, "Hey." Oh. No, why? I can't go through the window! You gotta be kidding me. Come on back. Oh. They're like, hey, these guys are in this car. They're like, hey. So I roll down and I'm like, hey, like, what's up? And I'm like, nothing, dude. Just getting some chicken at Publix. They tried to out-weird me. You know what I'm saying? They tried to, like, look at me and be, like, weird. And they couldn't out-weird me. I got to that old man age now. Where I just don't give a fuck, dude. I do not give a fuck. And it's honestly, it's kind of beautiful. It's peaceful, you know? I don't get awkward. I don't cringe. I don't have embarrassment. We're just We're just that old man age, dude. About to get carjacked. You're not gonna jack my car, that's for sure. I'm 200 pounds, 6'1", and a black belt in jiu-jitsu. So please, please do, please make my day. I would love to. I would love to see that. You know what I'm saying? That's like my dream. Like I dream at night about shit like that. Wake up, think, fuck. It was just a dream, dude. Nice to see you join the club. Yeah. The artifact glitch really did actually break the game's balance, like the crafting glitch. Like if the glitch is something minor, I find it fine as long as it doesn't ruin other people's fun. Yeah, that's the interesting element. Like glitches, if there were glitches that only worked when you played solo, that would be something else, right? I'm almost fine with the glitch when you're playing solo because then like it doesn't ruin other people's multiplayer experience. But then when you have to do the activity pantheon and then other people are like, let's just glitch it. It's like, you know, gets a little bit boring. Yeah. You become comfortably numb as you get older. Yeah. I tweeted out saying, is Destiny 2 feeling laggy and choppy right now? Someone said the past couple of days, especially in the Crucible, I've been finding it hard to play. Someone said disable shader cache in Steam and turn off the Steam input for controller. I was just about to sign in. I think I'll wait. Thanks, Lucky. Damien Charles says yes. Yeah, this stutter problem's big. Uh-oh. IO Interactive just tweeted out, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. IO Interactive. Ooh, we're going to read this in a second. Can I back out of this game? I don't want to play this stuttering mess right now. This is spicy. This is spicy. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, no. More layoffs coming for the gaming community right now. What do we got here? Dear gaming community, for a good while, it has been all positive news from IO Interactive. We remain humbled and honored by the response to our latest outing with a young, unproven Bond. A bold news story and a take on one of the most famous characters in entertainment, which the world has embraced with love. Let's talk about that new 007 game. This right here. 007 First Light. Did you guys play this? Was it good? However, today we have to share some more downbeat news. Yikes. A relationship with an external partner on our own IP, Project Fantasy, has come to an end. This means we have to adapt to this new reality and its short-term consequences, including staffing decisions, which is what is happening as we write this update. And we are fully committed to supporting those affected through this challenging transition. Dude, we just had the Destiny layoffs. Now we got 007 layoffs, and next up is Xbox layoffs. Project Fantasy is a game, a world, and an IP that we absolutely love and remain 100% committed to now and in the future. This wonderful universe will see the light of day. Oh boy. When it rains, it pours, my dudes. We are going through the gate. Sorry. We are going through the great gaming depression right now, and it's only getting worse. Xbox pulling funding, I wonder. Yeah, what is Project Fantasy? What is that? What is Project Fantasy? What is Project Fantasy from IO Interactive, the guys that make 007? What is that? Project Fantasy. Is the working title for the next major game from the makers of Hitman. It's a completely new IP, not based on existing universe. It's an online fantasy RPG. It's being built as a long-term live game. They haven't shown any gameplay yet, but based on official statements and developer interviews, third person. Oh man, I'm already out, dude. I'm out. I'm joking. It'd probably be pretty good. Project Fantasy. Gamers fatigue, dude, has turned into gamers exhaustion, dude. I know. You know what I think is an interesting conversation I've been entertaining a little bit more, not too much, but a little bit more, is the idea that I'm worried that we're going to critique our way out of all good games in the future. You know what I'm saying? We do have to create a limitation to ourselves where we have to say, okay, there are some good games out there, right? I hope. I've been watching more and more criticisms of GTA, and don't get me wrong, there's definitely some, there's some trouble brewing for GTA 6. But if GTA 6 fucking flops, dude, we are so cooked, dude. The future of gaming is going to look a million times more bleak because this project, I like projects that scale up and up and up in size, right? $2 billion for a game sounds awesome. $2 billion for a game and you get to buy it for 80 bucks or 100, right? 80 or 100. That's crazy. You get to buy into a $2 billion thing, a $2 billion game. Like, that's awesome, actually. Like, think about that. That's way better. Like, that's better. Oh, shit. We got some update from DMG. All right, here we go. Here we go. Bungie is breaking down just how difficult it's been for them this last week. If you don't know, there were massive layoffs and they kind of came out of nowhere in some ways. It seemed like the QA team was working on a bunch of patches to glitches in the game and they just got the lights shut off on them, basically. That's rough. And now we're left with this weird position where the game is like kind of stuttering. There's a variety of different glitches and bugs, and there's maybe one final hotfix coming to Destiny 2. And if it doesn't land right, I don't even know what happens. DMG, the principal communications manager for Destiny, has now switched roles, and I believe he's just working at Bungie now, it says. He removed Destiny from his description here, so I believe he's a Marathon employee or maybe just a Bungie employee, perhaps. He said, the last week has been difficult. Please continue to focus on those impacted by the reduction in force. So basically, a lot of people that got laid off from Bungie, focus on them, try to help them get a job, right? And on top of that, we obviously have these layoffs right here that were from IO Interactive. They're building a big RPG game called Project Fantasy right now, and they're going through a bunch of layoffs, a bunch of staffing decisions are being made. They're still going to bring the game to light of day, they said, but they're going through it right now. That's tough. DMG says the industry is in a scary place right now, employment-wise, wishing the best to all who need it and hope to help where possible. It's brutal. If you have a job in the games industry, or if you had a job, right, if you got laid off, it's a tough time finding work right now because countless projects are failing. Even the big multi-billion-dollar corporations are struggling, right? Like you've seen Xbox really, really struggle, Recently, they were talking about their 30% profitability margins being brought down to 3%. Their console sales absolutely suck. Even PlayStation's console sales were pretty brutal. Still doing much better than Xbox, but still brutal in comparison to how bad they've been in past years. And so now PlayStation is taking more aggressive actions to bring their IPs more console exclusive. And the reason why they do that is because money, really, but they want to make their games be only available on their platform. So therefore, you are forced to buy the consoles, right? And these consoles are only going up and up and up in price. They recently said that they're going to potentially remove their policy at selling consoles at a loss. So if you don't know, the reason why consoles have always been so much cheaper than PCs is one, their performance is not as impressive, of course, but two is that they're actually selling these consoles at a loss. So how much it costs to make them and how much they're selling them for is less. So that way they could get you into their platform ecosystem and then sell you a bunch of games, and then they'll make up the difference by selling you those games. Like that's how they run their business. Well, they're changing that now. So you got component parts more expensive, RAM and storage, all these different components, right? Countless components for PCs and consoles are way more expensive now. And they're changing their policy of selling consoles at a loss. So that means that's spelling disaster for them. That means the next PlayStation is about to be like 1,500. You know what I'm saying? It's about to be Steam machine levels of expensive. And it's not good. It's already up to like 900. And it's only going to get much, much worse as these components cost so much more. And we're going through this crazy component crisis. Crazy stuff right now. The industry is actually imploding. Like this is the worst time to be in the games industry as a game developer and even a content creator in some ways, dude. The game's crashing and burning is kind of brutal. Let me know what you think. Close some tabs? No. No, I will not. In fact, just because you said that, I'm opening up 3 more tabs. 1, 2, 3. All right. You see that? I'm just joking. They already locked certain portions of the GTA 6 map. Pay to play is an understatement. Yeah, locking portions of the map is crazy. Unfortunately for them, when did GTA 6 development begin? When did it begin? When did GTA 6 development begin? What year? In 2014, Rockstar began preliminary work and pre-production shortly after the release of GTA 5. This included early concepts, plannings, and prototyping. 2014? 2014? Fucking Obama was president or something, dude. What the hell? Late 2018, after the release of Red Dead Redemption, the project entered active development with a much larger team. So in 2018, when they became actual development, and in 2020, it went into full production, with Rockstar shifting the bulk of its resources to GTA 6. Whoa. Pre-production is 2014, active development 2018, full production 2020. Wow. That is crazy. They have been cooking this fucking game forever. The point of this is that this thing needs to do well at a time. The reason why they're doing the locking things behind map, because this thing needs to do well at a time when every game is shitting the bed. Like, the timing could not be any more worse for GTA 6, right? Can we agree? Like, this could not be any more worse. People will argue, though, that, well, with all the deaths of the other games, that kind of opens up a hole in the market. Possibly. But generally speaking, you'll see a trend where, like, a rising tide, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if the games industry, I mean, there are more gamers than ever before, so it's not like there's a lack of gamers, but are they all gonna jump into GTA 6? It's a crazy time, man. I had to log off. I was legitimately feeling sick trying to play Iron Banner. Dude, it's brutal right now. It's brutal. The stutters. Forza was fine. What was Forza fine for? Oh, some games are doing well. Yeah, I'm not saying that all games are doing bad. Yeah, there's definitely some games. I mean, we just saw Mecha Chameleon. Like, some indie games are crushing it. It's not like there's no gamers online or something. Like, the issue isn't that. The issue is cost 120 for Forza? The fuck? Did it really? I would think the games industry would be booming with so many gamers. What's happening? I think, okay, so it's going to be multiple factors, right? We talked about multifactorial quite a bit around here. There's going to be multiple factors leading into this, so I can't reduce it to one. That would be reductive and unhelpful to the conversation. But I think one of the biggest factors is that there's so many more games now that you just have so much competition. You know? It's like that now. That's one of the big key details here. Because if you go back 10 years ago, 20 years ago, there's just no competition. And so it's just like, it's just free. You know? It's just absolutely free. Like, think about this. You could be like the world's worst player, like Daruz, right? You could be just absolutely terrible. But if you go back far enough, like, everyone's pretty bad, right? It's not as competitive. So you could actually probably be like maybe ass, but not completely terrible. Like, that would be like Daruz maybe competing 20 years ago in like a PvP playlist or something. It was just a different time, you know? It was just a different time. And it's crazy. Things have changed, man. There's so many games coming out. Look, how many games come out every week on Steam on average in the last 3 months? Steam has average released about 300 to 350 games per week. Per week. 300 plus games, individual titles on Steam alone. That's not even including Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox, you know, the Soldier Boy console. None of that. 300 games. How many games in total were there on Steam in the year 2016? Steam had approximately 11,000 games in its catalog at the end of 2016. Dude, in 2014, when Destiny came out, there was 3,000 games on Steam. The whole fucking platform, dude. The whole platform. 2014, when Destiny came out. Think about the competition, right? It's you, Destiny the game, and there's like 3,000 other games. Today, there is over 133,000 games listed on Steam. 133,000 you have to compete against. That's an insane number of games. That is an exponential growth. That's a chart that looks like this. That's a chart that looks like this. That's one of those bad boys. You ever see one of them? That's like the reverse marathon chart, right? Marathon, it's like this. Marathon population. Nobody has enough time. Not only does nobody have enough time, but you're just not finding these games. Name 30 games that came out in the last week. Anyone? There was 300. Why can't you name them? They're not finding you. They can't find you. There's too much noise online. Do you understand? There's too much noise. You go online and there is 500 trillion things happening any given moment. And there's just too much noise. It's just the internet and in social media and games and everything. It's just in movies and music. It's just, there's too much noise. There's just too much. This might be the last GTA we're alive for. The next GTA will probably have heavy AI development. That's for sure. All right, it's time. Steam chart Andy's back, boys. He's back. All right. Marathon Death Watch Day 117. This game came out exactly 117 days ago. 88,000 at its peak, and now it is at its all-time lowest point. 2,000 people were playing last night at its low point. 4,000 people right now. It's not peak playing hours, to be fair. 8,000 at its peak yesterday. It is over, my dudes. It is so unbelievably over. Throw in the towel right now. What are we doing? $6 million a month is being put into a game that is pulling a few thousand players. Can you believe that? This game is wildly unprofitable. There's no way this game is making any money right now. And what I'm confused about is, sure, let's say Destiny 2 was burning too much cash, right? And that's fine. Let's say it wasn't going to continue forward. We should have just ended both projects simultaneously. We should have just said, you know what? Destiny 2 is done, but also Marathon is done. And then all you're left with is whatever incubation projects you can cook up, which better be a Destiny 3 or D1 remastered, but knowing Bungie and all their stupidity, they're probably doing Marathon 2. Crazy stuff right now. This has resulted in them deciding to make a PvE mode in Marathon. They're like, you know what? Since no one wants to play this game, let's just make a PvE mode, which is something they swore off initially. And now here we are. The desperation move is happening in the 11th hour, and it's not going to do anything, right? It's just not going to do anything. There is no way that Marathon has a forsaken moment and comes back from the ashes from this one, right? This game has had countless troubles and controversies from even before the day one launch, right? This thing has been the talk of the town for gaming drama since its inception, practically. Like, we have videos from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we have videos where we were talking about, man, if it really feels like Bungie's just focused on Marathon and not Destiny. 3 years ago, we were frustrated with Bungie and their approach to this game and their lack of attention on Marathon, or lack of attention on Destiny, that is. Now here it is. How many more days do you think this has left? We made it to day 117. Does Marathon make it to day 200? I don't know about that one, dude. I don't know about that one. Concord 2, yeah. Sony has the opportunity to do the most diabolical thing. I'm talking about evil genius level tactics here, okay? If they truly want revenge, as it was reported, this is an entire article that says Sony leadership has a desire for revenge. If that's true, this is exactly what they would do, okay? Marathon is obviously dead. Look at this thing, dude. Look at the chart. 2,000 people online last night. 8,000 people at its peak. We were just roasting it for having 9,000 people at its peak. And now it's already lost another 10% more. Dude, it's over, my dudes. It's over. If Sony wants their revenge on Bungie Day, I'm just saying, look, I'm not saying to do this. I'm just saying on Bungie Day, which is July 7th, if they laid them all off. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the pettiness of laying Bungie off, the entire studio, on Bungie Day? On their very day, like on their birthday. That's messed up. All I'm saying is, that's messed up. That's in 7 days from now. 7 days from now, we get Bungie Day. I don't know if Sony is going to do it though. That's actually crazy. Could you imagine the headlines? You would have to be so petty and so mad. To be fair, Sony probably is, right? They're like, damn, you guys burned us for 3.6 billion. Pack your shit up, right? Do you think that would happen? You think that's what the outcome's going to be? I could see it happen, says Tony. Oh my God. That would be crazy. That would be the biggest, dude. That would be the biggest drama story of the century. It'd be so messed up. People are running away from the marathon. It's crazy that it lost that much in just a day there. 8,000 is wild. You had 9,000, and we were like, damn, below 10,000 is kind of brutal. And then another 10% drop. Holy fuck, that's crazy. Losing 10% of your population from one day to the next. I mean, obviously it's like, it's going to fluctuate a little bit, but that's a lot. Many tech companies are laying people off. It is true. A lot of people are getting laid off. State of Decay 3. Who was that in chat? There was someone in chat that was like, I want to play State of Decay 3. And they were all about it. And I think that they might be canceling that game. So someone send a fucking a wellness check for them. That's Undead Labs. Might be canceled now. Yeah, that's brutal. Valve is being sued for Counter-Strike skin gambling. And it's starting to heat up. The New York Attorney General has filed its opposition to Valve's motion to dismiss the lawsuit over Counter-Strike skin gambling. The Attorney General argues that Valve has built a multi-billion-dollar business by embedding illegal gambling in its most popular video game franchises. What do you think? Agree or disagree? The filing asks the court to reject Valve's motion to dismiss, allowing the lawsuit to move forward. I doubt they win this, right? So the part that's interesting about it is that the value of these skins, they're not like in the game as like millions of dollars or whatever, like some of the super rare ones. It's the players that attribute the rarity to them. And a similar thing could be said about like Pokemon cards, right? Like you buy the same pack of Pokemon cards from the official, the store or whatever. Or I mean, whenever I go to the store, the shelves are completely empty because of the damn scalpers. But if I could ever get my hands on a pack of Pokemon cards, that's where I would get it from. You go to the store, you buy your pack for the same price, and then you open it up, and then randomly you could have something extremely rare in that's worth, I don't know, hundreds, thousands, millions, right? Like, what's the most expensive Pokemon card ever? Probably some absurd millions of dollars, right? Same thing in this like Counter-Strike skin gambling. Same exact thing here to a certain extent. And I don't know. I don't think they're going to win. I don't think that the Attorney General is going to win on this case, but it's an interesting one. And if new legislation was passed, it'd be pretty crazy. Let's get Ice Axe. Skins were going for 1,000 plus. Yeah. We have a problem with it though? Is that you think it's bad? Gambling is now legal in almost every state and advertised so. No reason to pick on Valve. True, gambling is being... gambling and online gambling, man. Major League Sports sponsored by gambling companies. Dude, everyone's sponsored by gambling companies because gambling companies are printing money. Absolutely printing money. They're making so much. People are addicted to gambling. They're making gambling cool. You know, they're using their social media platforms with millions of followers, hundreds of millions of followers sometimes to promote gambling, right? And it's become quite the trendy topic, you know, which is why I need to mention that this stream is sponsored by RainBet. I'm joking. It's not. Can you imagine? This stream is now sponsored by RainBet. Please gamble away your hard-earned money. I'm joking. Use code LUCKY10P on RainBet. Listen, all I'm going to say is if RainBet came to me and they said, promote gambling and we're going to give you 10 grand. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying? You know, all I'm saying is I'll say this preemptively. Don't waste your money in gambling. But if you see the gambling ad come out, you know what I'm saying? They'd be throwing a lot of money around out there. Would you do it? Would you do it? That's what I want to know, chat. What would you do? Part of me, I grew up in Reno, Nevada, right? And I got to see a lot of people get addicted to gambling and just do a lot of stupid shit. And I can't help but feel like, and it's not to be mean to anyone that gambles out there, like do your thing, live your life. But I can't help but feel like most of those people were stupid and would have just blown their money on other stuff anyways. Most of them were, it's not like they were super intelligent, you know, PhD level people that would just happen to gamble on the side. It was like there was a congruent, consistent level of stupidity to them, and whether they were going to piss their money away on gambling or not, it was going to be piss it on gambling or piss it down at the racetrack or piss it on fucking drugs or smokes or booze. You know, it was going to be something, you know, pick your poison. So the Lucky 10P Kentucky Derby live stream show. Exactly, dude. Yeah. They shut down the Greyhound tracks over here in St. Pete, dude. They shut them down. Would take that deal, yeah. Listen, everyone would take that deal. It's a lot of money. They throw a lot of money at you. What is the drama here? Is Steam not allowed? Is Steam not allowing Fortnite to be on their platform? Like, why is it not on there? Like, what's the drama between Tim Sweeney and Steam? You are correct, Lucky. Same with all the drugs in my family, yeah. Epic wants players using the Epic Game Store. Tim Sweeney has long opposed Steam's revenue share. Ah, okay. All right. Ooh, the drama. Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney says Steam is missing out on millions of PC players. More like millions of dollars. We know what you really want, Tim Sweeney. Multi-billionaire Tim Sweeney. You're missing out on millions of PC players because it doesn't have games like Fortnite, Riot Games, or Genshin Impact. True. I mean, there's a lot of big audiences. Sweeney said Valve has, quote, a nice thing going on PC, but added that Steam is missing out on a lot of opportunity by not having those games available on the platform. Sweeney also said Epic wants to work with Valve in the future, explaining we would love to interoperate with every company willing and to connect all the gamers. So the saga continues, dude. I believe right now the reason why Fortnite isn't on Steam already, which obviously Steam is the biggest platform, just absolutely crushing it right now. I believe that's correct. I think there's more gamers on Steam than any other platform, right? Surely with the subscription models required for PlayStation, they're crushing. Like the free-to-play platform has to be doing better. Let's see here. Which platform has more players? Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, or the Epic launcher? Like, what is the data across the line of how many players per month or week or year or whatever you have in terms of hard data? Steam has monthly active users of about 140 million. PlayStation has about 130 million. Xbox 120 million. The Epic Game Store has 78 million, and then Nintendo keeps their information private. Interesting. So yeah, Steam is absolutely crushing it. And Tim Sweeney wants to bring Fortnite to Steam, but he doesn't want to pay that 30% price. He wants to pay less. So I think that's his way of trying to nudge his way onto Steam. It would be a great opportunity if they were able to pull it off, right? It would be awesome. Everyone's a fan of more crossplay or having all the games on your preferred platform. But as it stands right now, I'm imagining Fortnite's going to stay over there. Fortnite's still crushing it in numbers. I think I saw a recent stat that they had like 14 million people online or something crazy. It's insane. This one guy had an interesting, there was like a PlayStation UI thing that showed how many players were on. I put a clip of the new Yeet of Morgoth and D2 clips. There's a new Yeet. Oh no. Where's it at in here? What's up? Fortnite is epic, yeah. I saw a recent stat that said something like 14 million players on Fortnite. What is that from? Can you find that online? Let's see if I can find this. Pretty interesting. Whatever, man. I got like 5 launchers on my PC now. You know what? Just because you said that, now you're downloading a 6 launcher. $14 million players logged in for Remix, the finale on November 30th, 2024. Wow. That was November 3rd, 2024. Whoa. That wasn't that long ago. 14 million online? God damn. Dude, there's this one video I found. I found the craziest video. Apparently, PlayStation has a new UI that shows how many players are playing their platform. And I was like, what? I need to search this up on Marathon immediately. I gotta find this, dude. I got to find this. This blew my mind. Yeah. Dude, we gotta find this, chat. Chat, this is a real thing. This is about to be crazy. I'll pull this up to show you. This blew my mind. There's no way this is true. Dude, if we could find out how many people are on Marathon right now, could you...
The PS5's new UI will show how many... players were on a game that week. Call of Duty had just under 5 million players this week. 5 million on the Duty? That's not even the highest one. Minecraft is at third with just under 5 mil this week. GTA 5 is in second with just over 5 mil. And Fortnite is in first with over 14 million players this week. This will put things in perspective for a lot of people. This about to kill all the Steam chart warriors that call a game dead as soon as it drops from its peak player count. The PS5's new UI.
The PS5's new UI shows, it says 4.95 million players. Okay, let's bust out the old PlayStation 5. Where's that bad boy at? They are supposed to be testing it, but it's only for multiplayer games. It's good, Mr. iGamer. This is multiplayer games. So yeah, Marathon's a multiplayer game, right? Crazy stuff. I didn't see that clip. McKinney Sand, can you whisper me that on Twitch? Whisper me that on Twitch if you can. You need to check on PS5. Yeah, we're gonna check. It would be Marathon weekly players, so the number's not going to be as interesting, I guess. It would be, if that makes sense. It'd also be PlayStation on like the lowest platform. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna set up my PlayStation over here for just a second. Send me that in a whisper if you can, Mr. iGamer, or McKinney San. BRB. Just had the old PlayStation. Here. Look at that PS5 Pro. Don't act like you're jealous, my PS5 Pro? Look at that. It's got the Pro lines on it, chat. The advanced. Don't act like you're not impressed. Sir, booted that bad boy up. All right, I just have to grab my roller, dude. Where's my controller? Right back. The only controller I could find was a friggin' pink one, dude. What the hell? Look it. Yeah, Temu PS5 Pro and a pink controller. Press the PS button. I pushed. Are you kidding me? This is, dude. Are you actually kidding me right now? Turn this off. Look at this. This is how ridiculous it is. Gaming in 2026. A new version of the DualSense wireless controller device software is available. Okay. So update it then. You can't update now because your controller battery is too low, even though it's plugged in, charging into the cable. Charge it for a while and then try again. I literally cannot play my own PlayStation because my controller battery is too low. What a time to be alive, chat. What a time to be alive. You can't make it up. You can't make this shit up. I literally can't play my own PlayStation. Let's grab this controller. I found another controller. I don't want to. Why do I have to update my controller? Dude, back in my day, you plugged your controller in and it fucking worked. Novel idea. I gotta fucking download software. See, this is what people are like, oh, dude, you got to get a console. Dude, it's plug and play. It's so easy. My arsehole, dude. Fucking hell. They're overcomplicating this shit. 1,000%. Let's go here. Okay. Forgot my own passcode. Oops. Oops. Pushed in wrong. Good. All right. Modern gaming, yeah. Modern gaming. Dude. That's way too loud. It's way too loud. Let's lower that here. Let's go here. All right. The PlayStation Store. Now, where's the show how many people played the game? Where was he at in his video? Where was he at when he showed this thing? You know? What's this say? PS5's new UI. What does it say? Top 10 in your country? Where's this at? We been playing Chameleon today? Maybe. The PS5's new UI. Oh, these are top 10 games. Show how many people are playing? It doesn't show me how many people are playing anything. Call of Duty. Doesn't show. How does it show how many people are playing? Friends who play. 183 of my friends play this. Of course. Cursed timeline, dude. There's controversy about the new zombies map. Yeah, I saw that. I saw Raffle Waffles upload a video about that. I was gonna check that out. I don't know, man. If I just like browse Call of Duty, how do I find this player count here? Shooter games. I don't see it. Welcome Hub? Welcome Hub? Where's the Welcome Hub at? Welcome Hub. Aha. Okay. How many people play this? Apparently there's a new PlayStation UI that shows how many people played a given game within a week. Where do I find this within PlayStation's UI? Mylan's playing marathons, so at least one... Oh, look, more than one person's playing. It isn't available to everyone yet. It's currently appearing in phases and seems tied to a recent software update. On your PS5 home screen, highlight a game, don't launch it, press down. Scroll to the most played section. On your PS5 home screen, highlight a game, don't launch it. Okay, highlight a game. Let's highlight a game, Warframe. Press down on the game's hub page. What's the game's hub page? Scroll to the most played section. If your console has this feature, you'll see 4.5 million. Most played section. Huh. How to access PlayStation's most played section to see the population of games. A Steam chart, yes.
Like, reports say that Fortnite was showing around 14 million players in a week. GTA had over 5 million players. Apex had like I'm pretty sure 10 million players. It was in the top 5 or something like that. Also, Call of Duty also has a lot of players. So, Minecraft is also up there too. That is crazy, guys. And it's still in beta, so don't treat it like PlayStation fully opened it up yet. And if Sony actually rolls this out to everyone, it's going to be a feature that everyone's happy about, because who wouldn't want to see what games are trending and what games are and what.
Damn it. It's like a feature.
Everyone, this is Tim from your 6 Studios.
All right. It's done. Yeah. I think it's just not available just yet, so fuck. Does anyone have this already unlocked on theirs? That'd be sick. I want to get this unlocked. I wish. I cry. Let's go here. Let's turn this off. How do I turn off my PlayStation? Oh, there it is. Enter rest mode. No, turn off. Preparing to turn off. Good. All right. It is off now. We're back. Dang it. I was really hoping that would actually pan out into something. Can you imagine if there was transparency like the Steam charts, but on PlayStation? That'd be awesome. Can you see what the marathon numbers would be? That'd be funny. I can't believe someone didn't pull that up immediately. All right. Let's see what other news stories we got here. Got my bow buns here. I'm like half interested in logging in and playing some Iron Banner, but the problem was the stuttering is really throwing me off. Yeah, PlayStation implementing their own Steam charts on their platform after when Marathon is failing is kind of insane. That would actually show Sony's revenge. Sony's revenge. I wonder where that original video came from then. YouTuber Mystic. All right, I found the article, chat. I found it. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. We found it. Hey, thank you, Jason Bourne. Available for a limited time, the community activity beta widget shows games are being played by the most players in your country. Oh my good lord. Sony might actually be getting their revenge after all. Sony might actually be getting their revenge after all. A new PlayStation feature is rolling out as a beta. It's not available for everyone just yet. And what it is, well, it's the Steam charts of PlayStation. It lets you know exactly how many players are playing. Look at that. It said Fortnite had 14 million players this week. Call of Duty at 4.95 million players this week. So the Steam charts, if you don't know, if you haven't been absolutely death watching Marathon here, this is a chart that gives you the hourly peak player active. What is this? Active concurrent player count. Player active. What is the proper terminology here? Let me double check this so I don't get this wrong. The Steam chart gives the active concurrent player count, right? What is the proper terminology for that? The CCUs, right? Not to be confused with the CCP. The concurrent players. Okay, so this is how many players are online on Steam at that moment. And obviously, Marathon is doing absolutely abysmal. 4,000 players on. Oh my God, it is so over. At Marathon doing its worst ever, right? So bad that they created an entire website after it called flopathon.cc. This website is dedicated to the death watch of Marathon and other games. During this low point in time, they decided to implement Their own Steam charts. Really? Really, guys? Minecraft has 5 million players this week on PlayStation specifically. So keep that in mind. Each game, as long as it's cross-platform, will have a different player count. Depending on what platform you're on. And this would seem to be rolling out as we're talking right now. It's like some people have it, some people don't. You can log on to your PlayStation, see if you got it there. I think this is probably a smart move overall because people are really enjoying the transparency of seeing how well a game is doing. You know, there is a certain level of popularity contest when it comes to games where people kind of want to know, well, where's the party at this week? What's the big new game? What's the hot new game everyone's playing, right? And this helps that, I guess. Like this, you know, feeds into that, right? The hype, the momentum of certain games. But boy, is it bad timing for Marathon, right? PlayStation deciding to implement this during Marathon's absolute lowest peak point. This might really be Sony's revenge after all. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, hey, look, guys, look at how bad this game's doing on our platform that we spent $250 million for, right? Now, keep in mind that the numbers, right? This is the active players for this one given hour on a given day. So when you look at how many players are within a 24-hour period, the number is going to be much higher. When you look at a 1 week period, it's going to be much higher. That's why, you know, there's 14 million on Fortnite in a whole given week. But if you looked at specific hour, right, it's not going to be anywhere near that. Fortnite did hit 14 million 2 years ago, but that was their all-time player peak, and that was within 1 hour. It's pretty crazy still, but obviously there's not 14 million players online any given hour in Fortnite this day and age. Pretty crazy stuff. That, and with all of this, you know that the layoffs are coming pretty soon. And Bungie Day is right around the corner. I'm not saying that Sony's going to lay off Bungie on Bungie Day, but could you imagine, dude? Can you imagine a world where PlayStation rolls out this new feature, shows everyone in the world no one's playing this game, and you know, with how people have been death watching and hate watching the Marathon Steam charts, you know that people would obsess over this so much and they would microanalyze every detail. They would compare Marathon's player counts to the other games on PlayStation, and it would just be the laughing stock of the town, right? Like this feature, even though it's not designed probably to attack Marathon, it definitely has the undertones of bad timing for Marathon more than anything. And oh my God, this is gonna be bad. When we do finally get a screenshot or a bit of information, we'll bring you an update. We already know that there's about a 70-30 split between Steam and console for Marathon. So that would mean like 20, maybe 15 to 20% on PlayStation and Xbox, maybe 10 to 15%, right? So that's about the split between the two platforms. So it's going to be much, much less on PlayStation when you look at the Marathon weekly active player counts compared to Steam. We'll see what happens. Pretty crazy stuff, though. All right, so we got that update. That was good stuff. Very interesting, chat. Very interesting. All right, let's put this in here. Got some water here. My God, sorry. Do you even play the game anymore? No, I don't. The game is literally stuttering, so probably not going to play until they fix that. Sony chart, Andy? Oh, hell no. Those are fighting words, Ice Axe. Those are fighting words. Don't make me. Ooh. The first ever Sony chart, Andy, over here. The Xbox layoffs are about to be disastrous. Tom Warren just quote tweeted this, saying, next week, the Xbox layoffs are coming, and they are going to be brutal. And this is a quote tweet from this post right here, where this person said, I just got word of a list of Xbox studio closures. No, not posting them. Yikes, that's bad. If it's even close to true, and it's from inside, this will likely be the largest single layoff event in gaming history. Oh, no. No. This is bad. This is bad. They just laid off 1,000 employees from Epic. It's going to be more than 1,000 employees. Xbox is going to be supremely unpopular for a very long time, and the devastation is going to reverberate like the meteor that took out the dinosaurs. Oh, no. On top of all that, there will also be layoffs at the studios that remain. Dude, this is going to be so bad. And this is quote tweeting a post here that says the Xbox layoffs are imminent. The insiders are saying that Microsoft is finalizing its major Xbox layoff decisions by Tuesday, June 30th, which is today at the time we're recording this video. The cuts are set to begin on Monday, July 6th. Oh, man. The day before Bungie Day. This is the most unenthusiastic, most depressing Bungie Day ever. This July 7th. The July timing is not a coincidence. Microsoft's fiscal year closes June 30th, making early July a standard window for restructuring as new budgets take effect. Microsoft did exactly this last year, cutting 9,000 jobs company-wide in July 2025. Again, this is unverified, treated as a rumor, pending official confirmation. Holy. We obviously recently saw the horrible Bungie layoffs. Half the team is gone. The entire Destiny team, poof, in an instant, gone. Now we're left with nothing but just Marathon, which is just looking absolutely 4,000 people online. You know what I'm saying? It's terrible right here. And Xbox is going to have layoffs. It's depression across the board. The great gaming depression is what we're going through right now. How many people do you think are going to get laid off from this? What do you think the number is? What is the biggest gaming-related layoff incident in history? Microsoft laid off in January of 2024 1,900 employees. That's more than Bungie's entire studio. $1,900 employees. That's the biggest one ever. Unity laid off 1,800 employees in January 2024. EA laid off 670 employees. And Embracer Group had that crazy disaster that had thousands of jobs eliminated across dozens of studios over many months, including closures and restructuring. Dear God. Xbox is about to do layoffs that are going to be bigger than any layoff situation ever. How many people currently work at Xbox, and how many people would have to be laid off for it to be truly the biggest event of all time? Like greater than 2,000, you think? Yeah, 2,000 layoffs would be 10% of the gaming division. 3,000 layoffs would be 15%. 5,000 layoffs would be 25%. And 10,000 layoffs would be 50% because they have a workforce of about 20,000 employees. Wow. They have an absolute army over there. Dear God. Could you imagine? There's no way 10,000, obviously. Like, let's just, like, it's probably like 2,000. Hopefully. I mean, I don't want it to be any more than that, but my God. If it's well above 2,000, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. They're hitting the reset button, they said. That's what Asha Sharma said. And, you know, we'll see you on the other side, Xbox. You know, the PR for Xbox is about to be brutal for the next few months. Let me know what you think about it down in the comment section below. Crazy stuff. All right. Asha and Herman are on a 1v1 to determine who is the GOAT of Shuttering Studios. Yeah, they're not in a race to be the best platform anymore or the best console company. They're in a race to the bottom. They're in a race to the bottom. Here we go. Here we go. Jarvis, alcohol. Yeah. PlayStation is going to stop bringing games to PC in an effort to sell you more consoles. Due to the extremely low console sales that they've been experiencing, they're still doing a lot better than Xbox, let's be real. But they're not doing nearly as good as they were in their heyday. And they believe that by keeping things console exclusive, they can sell more consoles. That's their strategy, at least. We'll see if it works out. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Former PlayStation boss Sean Layden says he doesn't think Sony should stop bringing PlayStation games to PC. Layden explained that the strategy was never just about making more money. He said many PC players weren't going to buy the hardware anyway. That's true. A lot of PC players, you know, they just want to play their games on the platform they like. Switching back and forth between the inputs. And, you know, I see this from a lot of my friends. They're PC people. Once they go PC, you never go back. That's what they say. So releasing games on PC gave Sony a chance to reach people who were never going to buy a PlayStation console. Yeah, after you've bought a PC, you know, you've already invested so much money. You got to upgrade the damn components on this thing. The components are ridiculously overpriced now thanks to the goddamn AI data centers. And then on top of that, you got to go to the store and buy a console that's already ridiculously overpriced as well now because of AI data centers. And you got to pay a subscription, buy a controller, learn both inputs. It's just too much. You know what I'm saying? It's too much. People stick to the one platform. I liked when PlayStation was willing to put their games on PC. I wish they would continue to go that route. Unfortunately, they have to be the cringe lords and choose to be the uncompetitive and do what they have to do to scrounge whatever dollars they can. Unfortunately, because we want to play GTA 6, we will still be playing on PlayStation, but I'm going to be salty. I'll be shaking my fist at Herman the whole time I play GTA. He also criticized people who say PC releases hurt PlayStation, saying, quote, I love how everyone online is a marketing/business analyst. Ooh, the condescending tone. And darn near a part-time psychologist that understands the ins and outs of consumer spending and purchasing habits better than billion-dollar organizations. Okay, listen, pal. You were doing good until that last quote. What the hell was that? You were doing so good. Obviously, not everyone on Twitter or Reddit or in any forum is going to be as well-versed or have as much expertise as, you know, group of people that are doing all these different tests and studies and stuff. But we are the ones that you're doing the tests on. And there's an element of, our opinion matters, and you can read the room and see what people want. And it's crazy. A lot of discourse, a lot of debate about the situation. Let me know what you think. How do you feel about this one? I can't help but feel like PlayStation games should for sure go on PC, but it seems like it's going the other way. It's going the other way. We're going back. We're regressing back. The console wars are back on the menu. Also, Apple was a terrible place for gaming, yeah. I was at PC for a while, but it wasn't game quality, so I went to console. Interesting. Interesting. I don't see too many people go from PC back to console, but maybe sometimes, especially if you're like not trying to do anything crazy competitive or anything, right? This is the list of all the jobs that Sony cut from Bungie recently. Massive layoffs, the entire Destiny team gone, the QA team gone, leadership gone. Basically, everyone's gone. I don't know who's left there. Maybe the janitor? It's brutal. Everyone has been talking about it on Twitter. They've been leaking information, sharing their stories, sharing their heartfelt moments. And some people have been there for 10 plus years and they're gone. It's a crazy situation. You can see all the different teams, all the different positions. There's just not enough room for these people to leave and just go work on Marathon, obviously, which is struggling pretty bad in its own population, has its own struggles. Probably will be over pretty soon, right? Let's be real. Marathon probably doesn't make it another 3 months at this rate. But more importantly, it's sad to see all these roles. Look at all these roles. The QA lead was gone there. I read that one. Oh, no. The lighting artist. The UI designer. Dude, all the artists, all the designers, all the engineers. 400 jobs gone. Poof, just like that. Now they're all looking for work elsewhere. Some of these people jumped ship and were able to make it onto Marathon. Some people were actually working for Marathon and they got the axe, which is kind of crazy, right? Imagine you were working on Marathon and they booted you off that project. Honestly, that might be a blessing more than anything because that's not going to go on much longer. So we saw that DMG, who is the principal communications manager at Destiny, he took Destiny out of his bio. So I imagine he's just a Bungie manager now, or maybe a Marathon guy. I'm not sure. There's a lot of scrambling right now. There's a lot of, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know that it's worth making a clear article on who's doing what anymore because you just know it's about to shut down, right? Like we just got a new CEO, a new studio lead for Bungie, and he hasn't even said anything yet. He's like, yeah, I'm the new studio lead. He said nothing publicly about it. And I think the reason why he said nothing is because it's over. Like, it's kind of like you're put in this temporary position while we figure out how to shut the doors on this thing and not create a disaster where we have to refund everyone their money, right? Like, how do they end production on Marathon without having to refund people their money, right? Do they just do maintenance mode for the rest of the year? Do they actually fulfill seasons 3 and 4? Like they give you a full year? They promised seasons 1 through 5. Like they said that they're working on seasons 1 through 5. So do they have to go that far and then it goes to maintenance mode? Right. Either way, it's maintenance mode is coming for you, Marathon. Right, let's be real. It ain't going to be too much longer. You're going to be in the same status that Destiny 1's been in for 8 years and the one that Destiny 2's been in for almost 1 month now, which is no more live updates, and the entire team will be gutted. And then what? Then what project will Bungie have to work on next? What will Bungie even be then? What will Bungie be if there's no one there in their studio? Their huge, massive, multi-million-dollar studio that's completely empty, a complete ghost town. What a sad thing to see, right? Jason Jones, if you don't know, the founder of Bungie, is gone. When the literal founder is gone, that doesn't get any more red flag than that, in my opinion. Think about that. Like, you can call a company something, right? Like, my business is Lucky 10P LLC, right? But like, if you took me and replaced me and took some random person from the stream or from the comment section and sat them here and said, "You're Lucky 10P now," right? It doesn't make any sense. It would not work. Everyone would be like, "This is kind of weird. What the hell is Daru's doing sitting in his chair?" Like, everyone would be weirded out. It doesn't work. Bungie is an entity, a name, a company that was created because Jason Jones and Alex Seropian, who's left now, Alex is left and Jason Jones left, created this company to build games online and scaled up their business from those two guys to up to 1,600 employees in their heyday. And now from 1,600 employees, 1 round of layoffs, 2 rounds of layoffs, 3 rounds of layoffs, and soon the 4th and final round of layoff for Marathon. And the literal owners being gone, it's over, man. It's over. It is so over. We're just waiting for it to die. Marathon is a dead game that just hasn't died yet. That's where it's at. And we're just waiting for the news. We're waiting for the axe. We're listening to all these crazy other layoffs for these other companies. IO Interactive, that was insane. Xbox is about to go ballistic. If you don't know, Xbox is about to lay off probably more than 2,000 employees, which is just absurd. And all these people, they're gone, man. They're gone. And Destiny's gone too. And Bungie is defunct. We're just waiting to hear the news. We're waiting to hear the letter, right? We're waiting to hear the eulogy. They're cooking it up any day now. Super sad. All right, what's the next news story we got here, chat? Defunct. Just keep the servers on, I guess. That would be nice. Problem right now is the stuttering. Let me see if I can... I don't even know if I want to go back in the game. I'll go back in and see if I can play. The stuttering has been driving me insane, though. Is it specific to Iron Banner? Dude, what's good, awesome one? How's it going? Mylan gonna delete his Marathon content to protest Marathon's failure? What? Guys, stop roasting Mylan in the chat. You guys are going too hard on him. Mylan Games is a guy that just really wants to play Marathon, and he's kind of annoyed with everyone hating on it. Unfortunately for him, he came from Destiny, and Marathon is the embodiment of the thing that killed Destiny. So he's caught in the crosshairs, and Mylan's catching strays left to right. Poor Mylan, dude. I do feel like we should let... Here's the thing I think about with Marathon dying and all that, right? I think that we should not try to pour any more gasoline on the Marathon dying fire, so that way when it does die, the narrative will be the game was just bad, the game didn't have mass appeal, something, right? If Marathon dies and everyone says it was you, the Destiny players, you did this, right? That's not going to be good, dude. That's going to be civil war, dude. We're going to be fighting in the streets. It's not good. We don't want that. I would feel much better if the narrative around Marathon dying was just that the game was bad. Like, that's where I sit with it. Versus, like, the Destiny players killed Marathon. That's not, I mean, maybe you want that blood on your hands. Maybe you're like, fuck it, dude. It's war, you got that guerrilla warfare tactics in your mind, you got the hate in your heart. And honestly, I can't stop you. I can't stop you, and do your thing. But I think when you look back on it, when you see the stat, like there's going to be people that post about Marathon, they're going to be like, man, I really had high hopes for this game. I was really enjoying it. And like when you see how sad they are, even though the game had a really short lifespan, I think it'll kind of, it'll play at your heartstrings too. Cause you know, some people really do like Marathon, you know, they really want to see the game go on, and they're really sad that it's entrenched in all this chaos, you know, but it's the way it is. It's done, right? It's done. Most modern media blames the fans. Maybe. I mean, yeah, there is some of that. I don't know why they do that. It's probably just rage bait more than anything. It's not fans' fault that a game does well or bad. It can be a contributing factor, but usually the thing that's getting roasted did a thing that was worthy of getting roasted. I rarely see a thing that's not deserving of being roasted get roasted, if that makes sense, right? Generally, that's not the case, right? Usually there's something that happens that at least kind of initiates the roast of these games specifically. You're trying to think of a game that got roasted that did nothing wrong, you know? What's a good example of that? Let me see if online has an example. What's an example of a game that got roasted but literally did nothing wrong and people were just being weird and crazy? Days Gone, Forspoken, Battleborn. I don't know any of these games. Mass Effect Andromeda, the facial animation clips became viral memes. Iron Banner. Let's go. Let's do this. Marathon has less than 9K players just dead. Yeah, it's so bad, dude. It's so bad. It's just not sustainable, you know? And it's just really sad more than anything. I wish that the timeline was different. I absolutely hate this timeline that we live in. I wanted Destiny to live forever. I wanted to play Destiny until I was fucking 80 years old. And other games as well. I'm not trying to only play Destiny necessarily, but, you know, definitely want to play Destiny. No, I couldn't get out of there. Marathon is a well-made game. I think that Marathon is a well-made game that nobody asked for. That integrates ingredients that are uninteresting to people. It's like Gambit, right? There's nothing necessarily wrong with Gambit, PvE, VP, but it's definitely not interesting to people. People are not jumping out of bed in the morning to play Gambit, except maybe Darus. So, unfortunately, Bungie saw the success of Tarkov about 5 or 6 years ago, and they decided to cook up an extraction shooter. They're like, fuck it, we'll make an extraction shooter. And there's nothing wrong with following the trends. Unfortunately, the trends maybe shifted and changed, and the ceiling for extraction shooters is just much lower than the ceiling for the other shooter games, right? Like Battle Royale is much higher. Fortnite had 14 million players on them last week on PlayStation alone. Think about that. 14 million players on Fortnite in the last week on PlayStation alone. Think about how many are on fucking the Epic Games and every other platform. That's a lot of fucking people, right? God, the stuttering is so bad. How is anyone playing this game right now? How is this possible? What do I do? What do I do to, like, people are saying, like, to clear my Steam cache or something? There's just no way. You don't even notice the stuttering? How do you not notice the stuttering? It's literally going like, it's going like, Let me see if I could find it. I want to find a way where I can prove it's stuttering. Like, visually show you. Like, maybe it would have to be like... Dude. That's so bad. It's so bad. Watch, I'll say every time it happens. It's doing little tiny ones there. Yep, it did there. There. It's just little tiny stutters. Buttery smooth on my PS5? Damn. It's crazy, like, I'll pull up this gameplay here, right? Like, pull this up here. Look at the gameplay here. It's not doing it at all in that gameplay. I can see the difference. The faster you move, the more noticeable it gets. It's like the stuttering is like more noticeable the faster you skate or fly around. Dude, it's so bad. You know what it would be? If I could fall off a really tall object, I would be moving really fast. What's a good tall... Maybe I'll go to like Nessus and like jump off that area. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Did you turn those shader settings off? Where do I turn those off at? Is that really... Do you have evidence that that works? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I just punched an arc staff. What? The what? Do you see that latency there? Is that not crazy? That's insane. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Nessus and jump off that really tall spot. I'll show you guys. Oh, a Fellwinter's Lie? I didn't realize the Fellwinter's Lie was a drop like that. What the hell? No one even told me. Get me out of here. You know what it felt like was kind of an unnecessary feature? We should create a tier list of unnecessary features that happened in Destiny. And obviously there's some debate. And it's not that serious, like I'm not like mad about anything. But I feel like Commendations was kind of like... Anyone else, do you agree or disagree? And it's fine if you disagree, by the way. Commendations is like... Not interesting. Commendations has to be the most nothing burger feature ever, in my opinion. What is the purpose of this thing even? You just say something nice to someone? Is it like to combat toxicity? Alright, let me see if I can make these stutters happen as I fall here. It's like Bungie's like, we're going to combat toxicity by making it so you can't be toxic. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out. So I'm getting stutters. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, I missed some jewels. Nico Boy, Mr. iGamer, and Jason Bourne. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Get good? What? Let's go with this. We covered that Bungie issue. Cheese Forever issue we covered. QA issue we covered. That we covered. First Light. Sony Revenge.
This week. This'll put
Good. Concerns rumored about State of Decay 3. How many devs work on State of Decay 3 right now? Tom Warren. Here we go. Got a big news story here, chat. You ready for this one? Xbox is about to Thanos snap the games industry. The layoffs are going to be of epic proportions. Quite possibly the biggest layoffs we've ever seen, with potentially more than 2,000 people losing their job. That's what's being reported right now. And when it rains, it pours, because apparently State of Decay 3 might get canceled in the process of this. Oh no. Concern mounts around rumored State of Decay 3 cancellation at Xbox. This one comes from Paul Tassi. It's the calm before the storm as the industry braces for large-scale layoffs in the wake of an Xbox leadership change earlier this year. If you don't know, Asha Sharma became the new CEO, replacing Phil Spencer, and she said they're doing the reset of Xbox because they are wildly mismanaged right now, and that reset is going to involve a lot of changes. There's a long list of potential studios on the chopping block for closure or potential sale, with none confirmed by Xbox yet. But a new report has become a huge concern for fans. You know what's really bad too is that because Xbox is laying off so many studios, they're not interested in taking on any more failures or bad projects, which means like a project like Destiny, not that Sony would ever sell it, but the idea that Sony could potentially sell to Xbox is just not even on the table. I'm sure it's not even something being discussed, right? Which absolutely hurts. We are living in the worst and darkest timeline ever. GamesBeat and Windows Central are both reporting that Microsoft may be trying to find a buyer for Studio Undead Labs. If you don't know, they have about maybe 120, 130 employees rather than closing it down. But if that cannot happen, the studio may be shuttered, which would in turn cancel the upcoming zombie game State of Decay 3. one of my fans in the chat, one of the viewers, was like really looking forward to this, so we'll have to send him a wellness check. The game was previewed only recently at the Xbox Games Showcase, so it would be a shock. Right? This wouldn't be the first time, though. Right? We recently saw that game that Sony announced that later got canceled. Actually, was it Xbox that announced it? They showed the game in the showcase, and then 2 weeks later, they shut the door on them. Though the amount Xbox could shock the industry as a whole should not be underestimated. My gosh, that words are hard. Though the amount Xbox could be about to shock the industry as a whole should not be underestimated. Basically, it's about to be massive layoffs. State of Decay 3 does not have a fixed release date and is meant to be released sometime in 2027. It has already been announced for PS5, so it is not likely, if it's even possible, that it would be reversed as a part of Xbox's new, quote, "we're bringing back exclusives" idea. Yeah, they're going to revert back to an Xbox exclusive. That would be spitting in the face of PlayStation, huh? State of Decay is a long-running Xbox-specific IP that began with the first game in 2013, followed by a sequel in 2018. Now fans have been waiting 8 years for a third game after the studio was fully acquired by Microsoft. The concern is now that on the verge of the game actually becoming a reality, it may be killed off. Rough. If this is true, it shows just how deep Microsoft is willing to cut. State of Decay 3 is not some small-scale indie game, but a much-anticipated major release. No, the IP is not on the same level as Halo, Gears, Forza, or Fable, but it spans more than a decade and absolutely has a fan base. This would be a crushing blow, probably more so than any other announced cancellation would be with these pending layoffs and shutdowns. The overall concern among Xbox fans is that the studio is going to be hacked down to its biggest series and biggest studios and simply nothing else. It's a bad look, as the studios that were purchased were simply told to make the kind of great games they always have, and they did that. But those games did not turn out to meaningfully contribute to the financial success of Xbox. So in this new era of, quote, hard decisions, they may either get atomized or at best spun out or sold, the latter of which Xbox at least appears to be trying to do in many instances behind the scenes. Yeah, it's crazy. They're trying to restructure and move things around. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs, as they already have. And I don't know, when does the bleeding stop? Right? When do we recover from this, the Great Gaming Depression? Whether it's weeks, days, or hours, it's about to be a dark time for Xbox in terms of this specific State of Decay situation. I've reached out to Xbox for comment and will update if I hear back. Brutal, man. Crazy stuff. Think it's going to get canceled? It looked pretty good in the reveal. I mean, I'm not a big State of Decay fan necessarily, but, you know, people obviously like this. Maybe it didn't move the needle enough, or maybe it's, you know, if a game as big as Destiny 2 can be on the chopping block, it's like anything can be on the chopping block, right? If a game that can have potentially 100 million players in 12 years can get axed, dude, it shouldn't surprise you that State of Decay 3 could get axed, right? Anything could get axed at this rate. My God. Yeah, we saw that ID software. Yeah, we saw them as well. Very crazy stuff. So much chaos right now. Xbox shutting down more studios. Golly. Oh no. GTA 6 is never coming out. This game is cursed. Rockstar Games employees are attempting to unionize ahead of GTA 6's release. Oh man. It's good for them, not good for the game right now, especially if this leads to strikes. Multiple devs were fired back in October, and strikes could occur if Rockstar does not recognize the union. So, here it is, man. This is the crossroads. We were so close. We were 4 months away from GTA 6. And now there's potential strikes that could occur if they don't recognize the union. I swear, dude, if this game doesn't come out on time, the games industry is so unbelievably cursed. Rockstar Games employees are attempting to unionize before the launch of Grand Theft Auto 6, and after a number of devs working on the game were fired. In late October, Rockstar Games fired over 30 members of staff across studios in the United Kingdom and Canada. Grand Theft Auto developers were accused of, quote, union busting over the firings by the Independent Workers Union of Great Britain, but said they'd come as a result of gross misconduct by the former employees. Ah, so are they trying to do some union busting, or is it gross misconduct? Very interesting. The drama. The firings led to protests outside of Rockstar North's studio in Edinburgh, Scotland, as well as at Take-Two's offices in London. Then UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer called the firings, quote, a deeply concerning situation and pledged to investigate, only to find out later that he had been paid a lot of money under the table and found no wrongdoing. I'm joking, of course. Since then, the fired developers have launched legal action against Rockstar, as well as starting a Rockstar Game Workers Union. Oh, man, this is trouble, dude. Trouble is brewing. Rockstar devs seek formal recognition of union. Now, according to The Guardian, they are seeking official recognition as a union before Grand Theft Auto 6 launches on November 19th. Jordan Garland, who was let go back in October after 11 years at Rockstar, said they were looking to, quote, ensure this sort of thing never happens, not just at Rockstar, but anywhere in the industry. Shanti Easton Steele, production coordinator at Rockstar North, added that the dismissals were, quote, painful, but they believe they are now in a, quote, strong enough position to pursue formal recognition. According to the Guardian's report, strike action has been mooted if Rockstar does not move to recognize the union. The IWGB said the filing has happened as of June 30th. That's today. Today, we filed for recognition with Rockstar Games, asking Rockstar to meet with their workers to agree to a deal for good working conditions, fairness, and a say at work. We await Rockstar's response. As it stands, Rockstar has not yet responded to the pursuit of formal recognition for the union, but they have time on their hands given that the deadline is before November. They announced that the highly anticipated game is still on track and will launch at $80 for the standard edition, with the deluxe edition costing $100. There has also been backlash over Rockstar's decision to not provide discs and physical copies, instead sending players a digital download code. Yeah, we talked about that before. Crazy stuff. I wonder if this is going to affect... This game is cursed, dude. I wonder if this will affect the launch. We'll see. Well, imagine if there was like mass protests and like all the devs protested just before and we couldn't get the game out on time. Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be... Honestly, that would be very fitting to how crazy 2026 has been. Game developers at like Rockstar Games and other places like at Bungie commonly talk about trying to unionize after they get like fired or laid off. Do you think it would be better if there was a union, or what is the trade-off here?
Unions can be a double-edged sword, and it really depends on what you value. On one hand, a union could give developers more bargaining power. They can negotiate for things like better working conditions, more stable hours, or protections against sudden layoffs. In an industry known for crunch and instability, that's a big deal. On the other hand, unions usually introduce more rigid structures and processes. Some companies might see that as limiting flexibility, and negotiations could slow things down. Ultimately, whether it's better or not depends on what trade-offs people are willing to accept. Stability and worker protections on one side versus flexibility in the status quo on the other.
Are there any current gaming unions that like work with like these big companies at all, or is it all just what is the opposite of a union, I guess?
The opposite of a union would be what most game developers currently have, which is an at-will employment structure. Basically, the individual employee negotiates their own terms, and the company can set policies as they see fit. In the game industry, unionization is still fairly new, but it's been growing. For example, studios like Blizzard Albany and ZeniMax QA workers have successfully unionized. These unions are usually part of larger organizations like the Communications Workers of America. While unionization in big gaming companies isn't widespread yet, it's definitely gaining momentum.
Has unionization been a net positive for other industries?
In many industries, unionization has historically led to higher wages, more predictable hours, and better benefits for workers. It has often played a crucial role in improving workplace safety and protecting employees from unfair dismissals. At the same time, it can also introduce more rigid structures. In some industries, that might mean less flexibility for employers or slower adaptation to changing conditions. Overall, whether unionization is seen as a net positive often depends on whose perspective you ask, workers or management. Historically, though, any industries, from manufacturing to film, have seen significant worker gains through unionization.
So basically, the unionization makes it a little bit more equitable, so that way it's not like the people at the top running a literal sweatshop for the people at the bottom.
In the best case scenarios, yes, that's the goal. Unions aim to give workers a collective voice so that decision making isn't entirely top down. Instead of just relying on individual leverage, which varies widely, workers collectively negotiate for fairer conditions, be it wages, hours, or safety. Of course, no system is perfect, and how well it works depends on how it's implemented and maintained. But fundamentally, unionization is often about balancing power, so it's not just the folks at the top calling all the shots without worker input.
The only problem I have is that if Bungie had unionized earlier, then how would Pete Parsons afford his exotic car collection?
I hear the humor there. In reality, executive compensation and workers' protections aren't exactly a zero-sum game. Unionization doesn't mean executives suddenly lose everything. It just means more structured negotiations for fair conditions across the board. Pete Parsons might have fewer cars, or maybe not, but the aim would be that everyone in the studio has a more secure and equitable working environment.
What if
The
instead
end-
of a union, Pete Parsons just agreed to let some of the like junior devs like drive one of his cars like maybe once a week on the weekend? Is that
I
a
can
fair
see
trade-off?
I appreciate the humor in that suggestion. While taking a spin in an executive's car might be a fun perk, it wouldn't really address job security, wages, or working conditions in the long run.
What is it called when people spot the unions and then they decide to shut them down?
That's generally referred to as union busting. It's when an employer takes steps, sometimes legally, sometimes not, to discourage or prevent workers from organizing.
Is it illegal to union bust?
It depends on what actions are taken. In many countries, including the US, workers have a legal right to organize. It's illegal for employers to intimidate, threaten, or retaliate against workers for unionizing. That said, companies can still use legal means like holding meetings or hiring consultants to argue against unionization as long as they don't cross into coercion or punishment. So some forms of union busting are illegal, while others toe the line.
Is it like the best example of union busting? Isn't like Jeff Bezos doing like crazy union busting on Amazon?
Amazon has certainly faced significant scrutiny for its anti-union efforts. They've employed tactics like mandatory meetings where they discourage unionization, sending texts to workers, or even posting signage in break rooms. While they argue they're informing employees, critics often point out these efforts can create fear or confusion around organizing. Whether these actions cross the line is debated, but Amazon is often cited as a high-profile example of aggressive anti-union campaigns. Ultimately, the legality of specific actions often gets determined in court or by labor boards.
Damn, I just fully educated myself on the unionization of America, chat. I feel my IQ points raising in real time. It's insane. I just learned some shit. Unionization is kind of crazy. I feel like it's actually, it seems like it's more fair. Notice how like at Bungie, there's like these crazy like handful of people that are like multi-millionaires, right? I imagine with the unionization, it would probably tip the scales a little bit away from that. So it's not like, oh, you guys are all fired, get fucked, but also we're rich beyond our wildest dreams. You know, that's kind of like a weird, you know, I feel like it probably shouldn't be the result like that, right? There probably shouldn't be like everyone gets screwed over, but then like 5 guys are like crazy rich or something. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's more than 5 guys. Maybe it's like 50, but feels a bit skewed, right? A little bit skewed. But then again, those were the guys that gave Bungie that equity in the first place, that value with their, you know, sweat equity by grinding out Halo and grinding out Destiny 1 and grinding out D2 crunch hours, right? So you can't completely hate on them if they did literally give their soul away for Bungie Incorporated. All right. Let's see what other news stories we got here. We got a bunch of stuff in this chat here. Oh, this is interesting. This is really interesting. Lock in on this one, chat. Can I post a link? A light.gg link? To what? What is it specifically to? To an SMG? Yeah. I'll check it out. Check it out. You can't post it in the chat. You'd have to whisper it to me. So, probably won't be able to send it right now. I'll check it out later. All right, so let's do this. The industry experts are weighing in on the impact of Grand Theft Auto 6's arrival to the games industry. A project that has more than $2 billion invested into it. We've been anticipating this thing since 2014. I don't know if you know that, but they first started this project as an incubation project in 2014, 12 years ago. This thing has been in production for so long, and it has accumulated a massive amount of money to make this project, $2 billion. And a lot of people are adjusting their timeline for what they deliver, like their games, they're going to make them come out before. No one's trying to compete with GTA 6, it would seem. So there's like this weird era where like the few months before GTA 6, there's a ton of games that are just dropping right then because they're worried about the effect, this sort of black hole that's going to happen when GTA 6 drops and seemingly, you know, takes everyone's attention away for a period of time. So this is scaring off other games. And why is that? Jason Schreier is going to give us a breakdown.
Hello. Let's talk about Grand Theft Auto 6. You know that I'm officially a YouTuber once I've gotten into the GTA 6 game. Let's watch those views tick up. And
yes, that's what I'm talking about. And actually, he's not wrong. You go look at his channel. His views went from 90,000 to 160,000. People want to know what's going on with GTA 6, okay? We need a yo, it's your boy, Jason Schreier. Smash that like button if you want to be a real YouTuber.
Forget to like and subscribe. Smash that like and subscribe button if you want to play GTA 6 this fall. Seriously, let's talk about GTA 6. So it is, let's say 90% with close to near certainty, it is going to come out on November 19th. Take-Two and Rockstar have already opened up pre-orders, which means they are pretty confident that this release is actually happening. Unlike previous release dates, this one feels real. So November 19th, GTA 6 is coming. It's coming out for $80 base edition, and there's going to be a premium edition for $100. And what you may have seen, especially at Summer Games Fest, is that a lot of other video games, competing companies, games are getting release dates that are far, far away from GTA 6. They are coming out in September. A few are coming October. And then they're coming in Q1 of next year, and there will be more coming in Q1 of next year, February, March area. And so it's become very clear that these companies just they want to give GTA a wide berth. They don't want to be anywhere near Grand Theft Auto 6. And
well, that is except for Marathon. All right. Marathon will be out and ready to play. It'll be Marathon Season 4. That's going to be competing against GTA 6, and you better believe it's going to be crushing the charts.
I think that if you look at that, you might think, oh, okay, well, obviously they just don't want to be out at the same time because GTA is going to be dominating the airwaves for that period of time for those couple of weeks in November. But you might also be thinking, hey, isn't there like a counter programming narrative to be had here? Can't you be the Barbenheimer of GTA 6 and release something else around the same time and still find some success? And I think there might be some validity to that. But first, I actually want to zoom out and explain why it is so important for game publishers to stay far, far away from GTA 6. And that is for a few reasons. I mean, one is the most obvious one, which is that this game is going to come out November 19th, and it's going to be it's going to be the only thing that people are talking about for at least that day, if not that week. But there are some other more subtle factors too.
Interesting.
For starters, when GTA 6 comes out, it is not only going to just kind of be everything that everyone's talking about on social media. It is also going to dominate store promotions. So like when you log into the PlayStation store, the first thing you're going to see is GTA 6. So if you are
literally the PlayStation official account changed their icon to GTA 6, like the colors. I think PlayStation, Xbox, everyone is promoting GTA 6 as much as they possibly can. This is the ultimate cash cow. This is the cash cow of all cash cows.
Other publisher, you are not going to be able to pay for promotion that week. You are not going to be able to get the kind of organic promotion that comes up when you are bubbling up at the top of the sales charts, because GTA 6 is just going to dominate there. Physical is less relevant these days because something like 80 to 90% of games are bought digitally, but you go to Target, you're going to see GTA 6 banners too. You're going to see GTA 6 promoted a little more heavily than other games. There's also the fact that most people only buy a couple of games a year, according to data from Circana.
This is interesting. This is actually true, and the Circana study is pretty fascinating. You'd think people play so many games, right, with there being an average of about 300 new games coming out on Steam every week. You're like, oh, people must be playing like a new game every day, but no one has that kind of budget, right? The average person buying games, or the number of games they buy, is actually way less than people predict or think, I guess.
Which is a market research firm. 63% of gamers in the United States buy 2 or fewer games per year. A lot of people are going to be saving for GTA 6 around October and November. And you do not want to be a game that comes out and tries to eat into those savings, because that's not going to work very well. GTA 6 is probably going to be one of the 2 games that a lot of people out there buy this year. And if you want to also compete for that slot, if you are a PlayStation or a Square Enix or one of these other video game companies that is competing for AAA dollars, you do not want to be anywhere near that. You want to give people a chance to save their money after GTA 6 comes out, which is why I suspect now that we have the full kind of, now that pre-orders are opening up, we have the pricing and everything, we're going to start to see a bunch of companies start the, let's call it the land grab for release dates in February and March, so they can compete to be be one of the 2 games that people buy in 2027. The other component here is that GTA 6 is going to be dominating the media. Some companies might want to fight for space on Twitch, might want eyeballs on Twitch. They might want mainstream attention. They might want New York Times profiles for their games. If you're God of War Lofty, for example, you might look at the landscape and you might say, hey, I feel like this is going to be our big tentpole release. It's going to be a really good game. It's going to be well reviewed. It's got a lot of really interesting things going for it. We should be able to get a bunch of media attention. That's not going to happen if you release anywhere near GTA 6. So that's another big reason. Man, it's really crazy. I think that if you are another kind of big tentpole game and you're thinking, oh, maybe we could be the Barbenheimer to GTA 6.
What he's talking about with Barbenheimer is the movie Barbie and Oppenheimer came into the movie theaters, by the way, at the same time recently. And they did really good. People were watching one and then watching the other, even though they were totally different genres. They both did really, really well in the box office. So the idea is that, you know, if some big movie or piece of entertainment media like GTA 6 comes out, there could be that other game that sort of complements it. Like people play GTA 6 and this other thing, possibly. I don't think we've ever seen that phenomenon in gaming as much. So drawing a parallel from Barbenheimer to GTA 6 or into gaming, I think is maybe a bit far-fetched. I'm not sure. There may be some case examples of that, but as far as I know, I don't really see it that much. So I think it's going to be a GTA 6 world. It's going to be GTA 6 marketing on everything, and it's going to dominate for a good period of time, right? I think that it's a safe bet to say that, you know, you're not going to hear too much about other games crushing it until maybe January of 2027. You know, it's going to come out late November. It's got that holiday season vibe. People are going to buy consoles like crazy, playing online. Its hype momentum will build. And then, yeah, maybe by January, people will, you know, it'll cool off a little bit. But it's definitely going to crush the charts, right? The GTA 5 sold 230 million copies. Think about that. Marathon sold 1 million. Think about the difference between these games. Now, obviously, it's a very different lifespan of these games, but crazy the comparison.
You have to consider that movies are so much cheaper and so much the barrier for entry is so much lower than they are for video games, and most people out there do not have a spare $80 for GTA 6 plus another $70 to $80 for your other game. That said, I think there's a world where if you are a Steam game, for example, GTA 6 is only coming to consoles, at least at launch in November. So if you are a game on Steam, I mean, you could have a wide open playing field that month. You just have to you have to deal with the potential risk that
there's opportunity there. Yeah, launching a game on Steam because GTA 6 will be on console could be a decent opportunity. There are a good amount of people that are not going to just go buy $1,000 console to play GTA 6. Like someone said in chat, like, how are people going to buy $1,000 consoles in today's economy? You know, PC players are going to play PC games and wait for GTA 6 to come to Steam. That will probably happen, I don't know, maybe a month later after launch or so. So they're going to wait around for it. They're not going to fork over the crazy amount of money, most of them at least, right? If they don't already have a console. So there's opportunity for a game to launch on Steam and do pretty well. I don't know if any game's willing to risk it though, because we don't even know what this is going to be like. Like we've never been in this moment in time where there's this like weird black hole in the games industry right now where all these studios are dying and all these layoffs are happening and games are struggling left and right. Fucking Destiny 2 is dying, for crying out loud, right? Like how does that happen? And amidst all of this, during all this chaos and pressure and insanity, they're launching the biggest, most expensive game ever of all time. It's like more than twice expensive than the second most expensive game ever. Like how crazy is this? This is a situation that's unique and something that we will probably never see again ever in our lifetimes. 10 years from now or 20 years from now when GTA 7 comes out, I guess theoretically, even that project probably won't be this much money because it's too risky. You're gambling with too much money there, right? And I'm sure GTA 6 will do really well. It'll crush it. But in the future, you know, as technology is advancing more and more now, I imagine they'll be able to make a GTA 7 with AI, then it'll be cheaper. And that's not me saying it as though I want that, by the way. I'm saying that because literally the devs at GTA mentioned this, how future iterations of GTA will be cheaper to make because of AI. So you can only imagine this will be the last time you ever see a game be $2 billion, probably, right? Because you won't need to spend $2 billion to make a game of this size, as far as we know. Could be wrong. Maybe GTA will use AI and pump in that much money as well. But between everything that's happening, between the turmoil with Rockstar right now, with the unionization we were just reading about, I highly doubt it. You know what I'm saying? This is the big hoorah. This is kind of like the June update for GTA in a lot of ways. This is the biggest one. This is going to be an epic moment in time. And I think we're going to look back on this as like, it'll probably be like our Avengers Endgame moment in some ways. Like it'll be something that you look back on as, wow, that was crazy. I can't believe that happened.
That all the media attention and Twitch eyeballs and social media attention and just kind of the world will be talking about another game. And so you might not have the same sort of virality that, say, a Mecha Chameleon is having right now.
Yeah,
if you haven't seen that game's success, by the way,
it's got 10 million sales, which is insane.
You got to check it out because it's pretty ridiculous. That game has sold multi-million copies, come out of nowhere to be this viral success. So those are the big things, and it's leading to this cluster in September that is inevitably going to hurt some of those games. We have a whole bunch of games coming out in September, from Wolverine to Onimusha to Control 2. There are a couple more. I wrote about this a little bit on Bloomberg, and I'll put a link in the show notes as always. Dune Awakening, Silent Hill, Townfall, The Blood of Dawnwalker. There are a few more hitting in September, and that is going to lead to some losers, because again, if you are trying to get that customer who only buys 2 games a year, you are probably not going to have much luck. That is quite a lottery ticket. And so some of those games will inevitably slip. And what's going to happen is that February and March will be super crowded. We're going to see a lot of games that, I mentioned God of War Lofty. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets announced for February or March pretty soon. Final Fantasy VII Revelation has been already announced for spring of next year. I think there are other games, Feb 27 video games. See, I Googled this on the fly because these videos are raw. One take Shire, they call me. Oh yeah, I forgot. So Fable is ready February. Persona 4 Revival is February. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis is February. There are going to be some more, I expect, in that window. And the reason for that is because a lot of these companies make their release decisions based on their fiscal years. The fiscal year is very important. You are trying to hit your estimates and expectations as far as the money you are making in the fiscal year. And a lot of these companies, their fiscal year ends at the end of March. One exception to that is Microsoft. Their fiscal year ends at the end of June, which is why you've seen me report about how Xbox is about to do a massive layoff. We're going to find out a little bit more about that in the next.
It's looking brutal. It's potentially going to be the biggest layoff in gaming history. But about 2,000 people is what it would take to be the biggest one ever. It might even eclipse that. More than 2,000 people losing their job at Xbox. That's insane. It could be for anywhere from that up to 10,000 possibly, which would just be, dude, they're not going to recover from the PR if they lay off 10,000 people. It's not good.
Couple of weeks, because that is happening at the end of, really it'll happen in early July after the end of Microsoft's fiscal year. And by the way, if you're wondering, maybe we could talk about this another time, but the way these companies work, especially a company like Microsoft that is humongous, is they'll have budgets for each fiscal year. And so like the budget for fiscal year 26 is kind of in progress right now, and so people aren't going to be laid off until the budget for fiscal year 27 comes in, and it is significantly lower than the budget for 26, or it is moving pieces to different areas. And so if you're at one studio, you might not have a budget anymore. Suddenly you're being shut down, and so that's how that sort of thing works. Quick tangent here, but I saw some kind of people wondering and people talking a little bit on social media about how Microsoft threw this huge kind of bash for Xbox around Summer Game Games Fest. They rented out the Academy Museum in Hollywood, and they had this big lavish mixer where they invited a bunch of people, a bunch of Hollywood people, a bunch of games people, and had them all eat catered food and schmooze and whatnot. And people said, why are they spending this money when they're about to lay people off? Like, what the hell? And the cold reality of that is that that was a budget for fiscal year 20, for the last fiscal year, I guess it would be fiscal year 25, whereas the layoffs are going to be part of the budget for fiscal year 26, the next fiscal year, which is going to look much different. Anyway,
Gotcha.
so
it's like the red wedding out here, dude.
wondering why so many people are trying to hit either September or February, it's because they want to be within that fiscal year. You don't want to delay past March and miss your fiscal year, because that could have a big impact on your estimates and your expectations for revenue in that year. And therefore, you have to report to shareholders that actually you're lowering your estimated revenue, your projected revenue for the year, and that could lead to your stock taking a hit as a result. So back to GTA. So GTA is coming in November. People are trying to stay away. I do think that there are some variables here that people need to consider. And yeah, I mean, to the point earlier, I do think that there could be a smart, well-positioned counter programming. I think that could be an effective strategy. And in fact, I think you could get some organic media out of that too, just by having the story of being like, hey, we're the game that is taking on GTA 6, which I think is an interesting story.
I like that. That is a really interesting, taking on GTA 6, right? Who's up for the job? Who's coming up? Who's going to step up to bat? You know, we should put up that guy from Splitgate. That guy will try and compete against them. We're going to make shooters great again.
And can get you some interesting, potentially interesting results. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's still risky, because again, you are going to have so many eyeballs and so much attention and so much money on that game. I think this is probably obvious to a lot of people, but this is expected to be the biggest entertainment launch of all time, largely because of the expectations set by GTA 6's predecessor, GTA 5, which has sold 230 million copies, which, my goodness, that is the second best-selling game of all time, second only to Minecraft, which is on phones, so different world. So GTA 6, here's the other interesting thing, and this is a variable that I wonder, I'm sure a lot of smart people are considering and thinking about and worrying about right now. So we've established that everybody's trying to avoid the launch of that game in November, and we've also established that it's only coming to consoles. Here's the other thing. It was announced this week that as part of the pre-orders, it's been said by Rockstar and Take-Two have said that GTA 6 is a single-player experience, essentially implying that the online component of GTA 6, which is coming, there's going to be a whole new online mode as part of this, is going to be a separate release, perhaps a standalone release, perhaps it'll be a free-to-play kind of its own SKU, its own entity that you just download separately, or maybe it'll be attached to GTA 6, not really clear at the moment, but the point is it's going to be released separately based on what they are implying. We don't know that for sure. They could come out later and be like, hey, GTA Online coming the same week. But if it is released at a different period, then that throws a whole nother massive wrench into this equation, because all these game companies that are moving,
the freaking collateral damage, you have to avoid GTA 6's launch, you have to avoid their online launch, right? It's going to be bad. The RP launch potentially
out of the way of GTA 6 in November could find themselves running into GTA Online on another date, or they could find themselves running into the PC release of GTA 6. Now, granted, the future releases, the online release and the PC release, are not going to draw in the same sort of media attention. They're not going to be getting New York Times profiles and magazine cover stories the way that GTA 6, the kind of primary launch, certainly will.
The only game that can compete with GTA 6, someone said Sleeping Dogs. No. We're bringing back Mind's Eye. That's what I'm talking about. Mind's Eye, the GTA 6 killer. Bring it back, baby.
But still, that's a risk, and that is something you have to consider if you are trying to get out of the way of GTA, and that's one of the reasons that September is so crowded. First and foremost, because those are fall games, and they're slated for the fall, and they might not be able, the companies behind them might not have the resources, or might not be able to afford to, or might not just be able to, for various reasons, slip past 2026 and into 2027. But also, if you are releasing your game in September, you do not have to worry about accidentally running headfirst into the PC release of GTA 6. So that is a boon. So yeah, now we have November, GTA 6 is coming out. Then February, March, we're going to see a bunch more games coming out trying to make it in before fiscal year. And we'll see if they run into the buzzsaw of the GTA 6 PC release or not. But this is weird. This is a weird year, and we're going to see some losers as a result, unfortunately. We're just talking about big budget games here. Indies are kind
of... who's going to get crushed? Who's going to be the one that gets actually impaled by GTA 6 that launches at the wrong date, at the wrong time, that should have had a small audience, instead got like 12 people online, you know? What are the marathon Steam charts going to look like when GTA 6 drops? Oh my God. Can you imagine? There will be more people in line at my local DMV than people playing Marathon when GTA 6 launches.
of a different world, but not all of these big budget games will succeed. The ones that are clustered up against one another are going to be competing for limited dollars, limited time, and given the state of the world and how the economy has been going and gas prices and all the other kind of cost of living issues that people are running into, not to mention the increased price of hardware, I think people have less and less money to spend, and as a result, some of these big guys are just gonna suffer, not going to find the same success than they might have in a less weird year, let's call it. But we shall see. I think that none of this is going to stop GTA 6 from being one of the, if not the biggest entertainment launch of all time. I expect it's going to sell roughly a cajillion copies, and you can quote me on that. And we'll see if some brave soul wants to try being the counter programming and see how that goes. I think it'd be pretty fun. What if it's like Silk Song DLC? What if they're like, November 19th, fuck it, we don't care. We're just going to do what we want. We're Team Cherry.
Yeah, who has the cojones to take them on? That's what I want to know. Respect to them. We'll see who pulls it off.
Also, I mean, I haven't even mentioned Nintendo. They're in their own world. They've announced an Ocarina of Time remake for this year, but have not yet given a release window, release month. I don't know what they're going to do. It would be very funny and very interesting if they said, you know what, screw it, November. We're coming out in November. November 21st is the anniversary of Ocarina of Time, so we're coming out November 19th, same day as Grand Theft Auto. If there is one game that could actually be a Barbenheimer and make for a video game Barbenheimer moment, it is a remake of The Legend of Zelda, The Ocarina of Time. So we'll see how that goes and if that happens. I'll be talking a lot more about GTA and writing a lot more about GTA in the months to come, so stay tuned for that, and I will see you all next time.
All right, there it is. That was Jason Sherm giving a breakdown on why GTA is scaring off the other games. A great breakdown. I liked that. Very informative. And we'll see what happens, man. It's going to be a crazy time. November is going to be the craziest month in gaming history. It's going to be the craziest month in entertainment history ever. A project this big, $2 billion? Has any entertainment project ever been even as close to this? Has there ever been a movie that has ever cost even close to as much as GTA 6 is going to cost? Yeah, so just to give you a comparison, Star Wars The Force Awakens was $447 million. That's the most expensive movie ever made. Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, 432. Star Wars Rise of Skywalker, 416. So like $400 million is like the highest upper echelon of movies and the movie industry. 400 million, which is a lot. That's Concord level. That's pathetic in the games industry. The games industry, 400 million. We wipe our ass with 400 million. Right? We got $2 billion game. $2 billion. That is more expensive than I think the most expensive building in the world, the Burj Khalifa. Like what? That's crazy. This is going to be a literal moment in history if it happens, if it isn't delayed due to those unionization efforts, right? Let me know what you think about it down in the comments below. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Let's see what other stuff we got in this. Microsoft canceled. Oh, it's Microsoft canceled that project from Jeff Keighley. Interesting. They canceled the deal to publish them, but they said they're still going to make the game come out. So they're going to self-publish then? I imagine? Or look for a new publisher? 7 players online? Yeah. There will be no one online for Marathon when GTA 6 comes out. That's for sure. Dude, this is crazy. Let me adjust this here. All right. Marathon content creators are getting harassed for playing the game that killed Destiny 2. But is it fair? Is it justified? Nighthawk here said, "It sucks that I enjoy playing Marathon, but as soon as I stream it, quote, how can you disgrace Destiny 2 like this?" If you don't know, Nighthawk is a Destiny 2 streamer for many, many years. This guy has been dominating in Trials of Osiris and elsewhere. The next comment he gets in his chat, "Dead game, Destiny 2 has more players." That's rough. That's actually, you know what I'm saying? He's not wrong, though. And the last one is, "You are the reason why Destiny 2 died, etc." Damn, that's brutal. "Can I just play a game without everyone acting like I shut down Destiny 2 with the crying emoji? And it's a tough situation. It really is, because people have informed themselves from insiders and from, Bungie leaks and you name it, and basically have figured out that Bungie put a lot of manpower and effort and energy into this game at the unfortunate neglect of the other game, which is Destiny 2. So instead of Marathon getting to kind of stand on its own 2 feet and be its own project while Destiny 2 also soars, right? Destiny 2 is dead. The timing for killing Destiny 2 is so bad, really. If anything, if they could have kept it going for another year, that's probably best case scenario for Marathon, even though it probably crashes and burns anyways. But the timing is just so bad. The timing is causing Marathon to have even more adverse effects than it probably would organically, right? There's a lot of people that played Marathon simply because they were playing Destiny 2 and they got bored of it. They did a poll. We talked about this many times before, but 78% of Marathon players that were polled had played Destiny 2. So there's like 80% of the people that are over there. Like 4 out of 5 Marathon players are Destiny 2 players, right? And the day they decided to axe Destiny 2, they said, nope, no more live service. I guarantee you most of them said, yeah, we're out of here. We're not supporting this game anymore. They're off playing the Destiny 2 update. Will they come back to Marathon? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to tell. A lot of people agree and resonate with this sentiment. And this narrative isn't getting changed, right? Like Bungie isn't working to change this narrative. The content creators can't really do anything to spin it in a different light. And so it's cooked. There's no undoing it, right? And it's a tough situation. What do you think? Do you think that marathon content creators should stop playing the game because it's the game that killed Destiny 2? Do you want to see Marathon die? Do you want revenge on Marathon for the death of Destiny 2? How do you feel about it? Crazy stuff. Thanks for sending me that. If you want to send me stuff, you can DM me on Twitter, by the way. DM me any news stories. I get sent stuff all the time. Really good stuff, actually. I've played the absolute fudge out of Destiny 2 since the Monument of Triumphs, but I'm feeling the burn now. LOL, as I just gilded my Conqueror seal for the 7th time. I don't know what to do now. I know we're running out of stuff to do. We're running out of things to do. Bungie paid Burnt Peanut to play Marathon and promote the game, and he hasn't really been seen since. He cashed that check in and he's gone. This tweet right here is viral right now, trending. It says, I'm not the biggest fan of Burnt Peanut, but the fact that he played Marathon and loved it, doesn't stream the game because of the sheer amount of hatred he got from his audience for liking it, really says a lot about how gaming culture views this game. Yes, they don't like it. They think it's an ugly game. They think it's a stupid game. There's a big battle, a big clash right now between gaming culture and what the future of games will be. And a lot of people point to games like Marathon, and unfortunately they put it in the category with like Concord and others. And they say, no, bad. We're not doing that. And the unfortunate part about it, which is what they're getting at, is that there is some silver lining to Marathon. Like there's some redeemable qualities to it. Unfortunately, I think the bad maybe outweighs the good, it would seem, because the game obviously is on life support and doing terrible. And it ain't getting any better. They go on to say gamers don't actually want good games. They want games that make them feel catered to and feed them on a silver platter. It's pathetic. Yeah, I don't know. We've talked and debated about Marathon so much on this channel that it's very hard to give an exact reason why this game is done bad. There's so many factors, but the biggest one, in my opinion, is I do think the visuals of this game are a little bit too much. People look at the game and it looks like a highlighter factory exploded. The visuals are not that great when you're playing the game. The art style is interesting. It's unique. It's something different, but it's just, it ain't that interesting. People want the militaristic, photorealistic style. Its alpha launching and looking like an absolute Roblox game didn't help. It doesn't look like that anymore, but it didn't help. It put a lot of people off. The people that are making the game, Bungie, obviously don't help by killing Destiny 2 and by, taking a lot of political and activist views over the years that have kind of rubbed people the wrong way, made people feel like they're duplicitous, right? Like it's kind of one thing if you want to be the company that wants to be super, number one moral grandstanding for activism, right? Like you're like, you know what? We're going to stand up for what's wrong in the world and we're going to fix these problems in the world. But also I have $100 million in my garage, you know what I'm saying? In my car garage, and we're laying people off and we're cutting your pay because I want to buy a new exotic car. It's like, it's hard to try to be the virtue signal company when you literally are doing the exact opposite, right? Which is what we're saying. It's like being duplicitous, right? It's pretending to be virtuous when in reality, we know you really don't give a shit about these things. So stop pandering and focus on making the product and the game good. But those reasons, I think, contribute a lot to where we're at with Marathon. And overall, we are experiencing a pretty big downturn for shooter games right now. Shooter games are not taking off as much. It's a rough time in the shooter space, the live service gaming space. And Marathon, unfortunately, got caught in the crosshairs, and it's probably going to be over and done with. It's going to be shuttered very soon here. Marathon sucks, though. I was saying Marathon, if the game does function as an extraction shooter, so you have to give it that. If you don't like an extraction shooter, if you don't like the art style, of course, but it does function in what it's trying to do, right? Like you could have a game that's just stupid, but it still works. Like I'll give you a good example. There's like Power Wash Simulator, right? That game, in my opinion, is stupid. Why would I ever want to simulate using a power washer? It's a viral game. It does well, though. People like it. Some people love that game. I'm not hating on you if you like it, but I think it's a stupid game. I think it's stupid, right? But it does function to do the thing that it's trying to do. It is simulating power washing objects, and that's what it does, you know? So same thing I say for Marathon. God forbid a customer wants to be catered to for their time and money. Well, yeah, I mean, people are going to vote with their wallet, right? And they're going to buy the product they want or not buy the product they want or not play it. And unfortunately, there was a little bit of a psyop there where Bungie seemed to not announce to everyone that Destiny was dying or ending until after Marathon's launch, which is something that I'm still a little salty about. I still can't quite forgive Bungie for that one. Felt like they were trying to sell the Destiny community Marathon and then kill Destiny and hope that you would still play Marathon afterwards. Like, let's sell the Destiny community Marathon and then we'll kill Destiny and then they have to play Marathon. Oh my God, dude. That's a genius idea. That'll work out for sure. And then you go look at the Marathon charts and nobody's playing it. You're like, damn it. That did not work out. That one did not land. People were not especially enthusiastic about that one. All right. Uh-oh. I think he's getting jumped in the replies here. 62 comments to 23 likes. This is not good. Let's see what he's cooking up.
Dumb idiot. Right. You know what's so funny about a comment like this? This guy uninstalled Marathon the moment Bungie stopped supporting Destiny 2. It's like, yo, all the D3 fans just don't understand basic business. Now, I have 45 days played on D1 and almost 50 days played on D2. I've done almost every
I
raid.
think this might get me DMCA'd this music. Why do we have to do the music? Someone sent me this. I can't watch the music. They're going to get me DMCA'd. Bring it down quick before I lose everything. Quick, quick, quick. It looks like he was going to try and say that you have to buy Marathon to support a Destiny 3, which don't agree with, but yeah. Don't agree with. This is crazy. The Rampocalypse is happening. They're suing the companies for fixing the prices to screw your wallet. Yeah. AI to fix prices to screw your wallet. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Just got sued. The RAM companies. Yes, this is good. This is what we like to see. The RAM companies are being sued. That's what we like to see. I knew there was something up. Something fishy is going on. I knew we weren't crazy. Samsung, SK, Hynix, and Micron just got sued, accused of using AI to fix prices and screw your wallet in the RAM apocalypse. Ooh, I like that name, the RAM apocalypse. So if you don't know, they're obviously taking the RAM and they're using it to make these AI data centers. And then from that, your RAM is becoming more expensive and jacking up the costs. There's something fishy going on here for sure, right? The loser of all of this, right, is who? The consumer. Something's wrong. Is there a chance the people could win? The Ramageddon, ooh, I like that, has hit us hard this year, doing everything from raising prices of MacBooks and iPads, pricing the Steam machine out of console contention, and ruining Prime Day. Selling something at MSRP discounted from an inflated price is not a deal. This is true. Pretty crazy ramifications, you could say, huh? Wait, yeah? Okay. You can find me here weekly. But the people are fighting back. A group of individuals and small businesses have launched a class action lawsuit against the big three memory makers, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron, which accuses them of price fixing and market manipulation. That's what it is. It's market manipulation. Oh man, I hope they win. Basically, in the chaos of the AI data center boom, these plaintiffs are calling BS and want to take a look under the hood for any colluding under the Sherman Act. Nice. Let me get you caught up on what's happening and whether there's a case here. They'll probably figure a way out of it, right? They got too much money. They got those bougie lawyers. The ones that really, there's lawyers for us, the lowly peasants, and then there's lawyers for the multi-million dollar and multi-billion dollar companies, and they always win. We've seen it play out in real time throughout all of 2026. Last week, most prominently when Apple products were hit hard with memory-related price spikes, and when companies like the Cupertino crew want memory, they go to the big three, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron. These are a tight oligopoly that control around 90% of the global DRAM market. And after OpenAI CEO Sam Altman signed a letter of intent to spend $1.4 trillion on memory, Jesus Christ, $1.4 trillion, which was then quietly rolled back to way less. There's been a scramble to snap up as much high bandwidth memory as possible. Jeez. That's caused the cost of consumer RAM to surge by an astronomical 700%. But is this all because of AI? This case alleges no and accuses them of price fixing and market manipulation, artificially creating shortages to gouge prices. Yes. When the American people's wallets are hit unnecessarily hard, the courts pay attention, and the plaintiffs have timed this lawsuit well to leverage the court of public opinion and economic reality. Times are hard for consumers, and when there's a clear culprit, whether guilty or innocent, behind it, regulators take that much more seriously. Plus, there's history here. Samsung and SK Hynix both pleaded guilty to a multi-year RAM price-fixing operation back in 2005. Really? So they're already guilty. They already caught you with your hand in the cookie jar. After the dot-com bubble, which led to over $700 million in fines. This lawsuit leverages that historical pattern to argue that old habits die hard. Ooh, they got the AI alibi here. What are they saying? It's not going to be a cakewalk, though. This case faces a difficult task of proving deliberate collusion rather than simple market dynamics. And even though it all started with an IOU from Altman that never really played out fully, there's no denying that the memory landscape has truly transformed due to AI. Speaking of HBM, Samsung, Hynix, and Micron have shifted around 80% of their manufacturing capacity away from standard consumer RAM to this high-margin HBM that feeds AI data centers and GPUs. As businesses, they are selling to the highest bidders with the deepest pockets. Dude, This is crazy. This will probably be core to the counter argument. Tech giants will say that the shortage is nor forced, but rather a business response to unprecedented demand. That's true. That's what they're going to say. They also have their new manufacturing capacity to present as evidence too, such as SK Hynix's new fab in South Korea opening in 2027, or Micron's new Idaho fab mid next year. The vast majority of this extra capacity has already been bought up by multi-year deals signed by cloud hyperscalers like Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. So experts predict the average Joe won't see this relief trickle down until at least 2028. Oh, God. Don't buy a PC until 2028. It's a very fine tightrope to walk, but this would be a strong counter if nothing else can be found to prove otherwise. So does this case hold weight? Absolutely. The financial pain to us is all real, and that market concentration around a big three is undeniable. A big three, which may I remind you, have a track record of anti-competitive behavior. But all of this is hearsay at the moment. The case hangs on a quote, well, they've done it before kind of energy. They're guilty. But that's not actually how it's going to work out for them, right? You're going to have that smoking gun like they said here. If Bethay Dunn LLP can uncover something like internal coordinated comms showing that they used the AI boom as a coordinated smokescreen to intentionally starve the consumer market and jack up prices, then we're looking at the biggest antitrust tech trial of my lifetime. There's just no way, though. There's no way they're going to have it written out in an email, right? However, if it's just based on circumstantial market data, the tech giants have a decent cover behind the AI build-out. Time will tell as things are just getting started. I think likely it's going to be the latter outcome. They're going to get off scot-free this time. But we'll see, though. Could you imagine the controversy? Could you imagine the drama if they were colluding together and inflating these prices to screw you over? The RAM-pocalypse. Let me know what you think about it down in the comments below. I'm not buying any components. I'm not buying a new PC until 2028. Hell no, not until is it like who's that that's working on the RAM? It was like a gaming company. There's like a gaming company that promised to start developing RAM because of the shortages. What company was that? I thought it was trying to remember their name. I was gonna say a Valve? Oh. I thought it was a different one. I thought it was Corsair. Yeah. My RAM just shit the bed and I was bought in 22 from Corsair and they are sending me new parts on ARM. Gotcha. Very cool. Alrighty, chat. That's going to be a wrap for my stream today. Thank you for the follows, the subs, the bits, the donations. Thank you for hanging out. I had a wonderful time. We got a bunch of crazy YouTube donations and stuff. If you have a Prime sub, I appreciate anyone that subscribes. We are going into uncharted territory. We're going into the no Destiny 2 world. I don't know what's going to happen on the other side, boys and girls, but we're going to do the best we can to deliver gaming news 24/7, 365. So follow us, subscribe to the YouTube channel, subscribe to the second YouTube channel. You like that Yeet of Morgoth? Let me pull this up actually before I head out. I'll pull up this Yeet of Morgoth. We're heading out though. So let me pull this up. You sent Flow State 200 joules. Thank you, Zero Logic. You're too kind.
Show them what you can do.
Oh, nice.
Woke up angry, I see.
Nice. Oh, he's flying. He sent him back to Cali. Nice. Very good. Very good. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you, McKinney Sand. Thank you, Adept Brain Time Loss. Again, thanks for watching, hanging out, everybody. I will be back mañana, and we're going to continue the grind. What is tomorrow? We might have our new update, our last hotfix go live tomorrow. I'm not sure if it'll be this Tuesday, Wednesday. I arrived late. No worries. You can watch the VOD. You can go back and watch it all back. Maybe I should replay it all, honestly. I could replay the whole thing. People can watch the news once more. Fuck it. Why not? We're going to replay the whole VOD from start to finish. You can't stop me. Let's do this. Let me pull this up here. You missed the stream. You're watching it, dude. This will help people farm up their points if they want to. All right, let's turn this off here. All right, and we'll put this up here. All right, I'll see you later. Have a good one, everybody. This chat is not loading just yet. It's good concrete. There's a lot going on. Iron Banner? Is it Iron Banner? Hey, wait a minute. We're definitely playing some Iron Banner if that's the case. Hell yeah. All right. All right. It's time, chat. It is time. Let's do this thing. What's up? What's up? Iron Banana has returned. All right, let's do this. Ex-Bungie game director said publicly on Twitter, this isn't an evil management thing when talking about Bungie. It's a, hey, this feature cost X engineering, testing / animation budget. Is it critical and more important than 100 other priorities? And this is in response to multiplayer emotes. This right here was a tweet shared with everyone that says, things that Sony can't take away from us. Oh, really? You want to challenge them? Just wait. Don't you think that? Don't challenge Herman. Guardians rallying to vibe in the tower. So you got the multiplayer emotes being used a bunch. And then you have here, this is interesting, like a little bit of drama between the two of them here. You've got the ex-Destiny 2 senior design lead, social world director, player, history and stuff. Right? Got Steven here. He actually gives some insider information, right? He's leaking a little bit. And we love to see it. Right? This gives us finally a look behind the curtain at Bungie that we never get to see. There's hundreds and hundreds of employees. Sure, there's countless issues and things that happen and questions that we as the community have of Bungie. And now they're all leaking because they all got laid off. So they got no reason to not leak anything. So it's just the wild, wild west out here, dude. Everyone's leaking everything. It's insane right now. He says multiplayer emotes were such a fight to get funded. Worth every little trick we did to get them in. So this comes back to this new dynamic that's happening, and we're starting to see some pushback. All right. We were talking about this publicly before Christopher Barrett even said anything here. And this is the narrative. Don't shoot the messenger. This is the narrative that's going around that people are debating. Is the fall of Destiny 2 blamed entirely on the shoulders of leadership? And therefore the devs, the employees, the Stevens, is it the Stevens fault, right? Or is it the Christopher Barrett's faults, right? Christopher Barrett would have been in the leadership position. The Stephen Dolans. I mean, he was technically a senior design lead, so he wasn't like, he wasn't a junior or anything like that, but he was probably not as powerful enough to make some big decisions. Obviously, he had to fight just to get multiplayer emotes in here. The narrative as it stands right now, most popularly talked about, is it's the leadership's fault. The people making the decisions made the bad decisions. And there's this big narrative that, the Destiny devs were really trying and fighting and advocating for really cool things in the game, i.e. why we have SRL in the game now with the final June update, which, disclaimer, I think it's incredible. I actually really like the June update. I think that this is an excellent send-off for Destiny 2. The game is, it's in the best state possible as far as replayability and playing all the different activities that are in the game, right? Like if you were to jump into Destiny 2 right now as a new player, this would be maybe the best possible time in terms of how much content you would get and, how the quality of all the activities. The only caveat there is obviously there's sunsetting, so the story might not make the most sense. But aside from that, this is definitely the best time because you could go play any raid now. You're going to get tiered weapons and armor, so you're going to be able to put that stuff on and become much more powerful each clear of any given activity. So this Christopher Barrett, he's pushing back now. He's saying it's not an evil management thing, okay? It's not like management evil, devs good. All the devs are angels. And we've been talking about this a little bit because I think that there is a culture problem a little bit with Bungie where, they're working on things like the Destiny dating sim, the Dream Daddy Destiny dating sim thing. And, it's not like every idea the devs have is a genius idea. And player housing is an interesting idea, don't get me wrong. I like that one overall, but there's no shortage of ideas. Let's be real here. Like there's a million games out there. And of course, everyone's going to advocate for what we should add to Destiny next and who's right and who's wrong. At the end of the day, leadership makes that final decision. And unfortunately, here we are with a dead game. So we're trying to figure out who are we pointing the fingers at? We're pointing the fingers at you, Christopher Barrett. We're pointing the fingers at you, Steve Dolans, right? We're trying to figure out who to blame. And obviously, it's not going to be as black and white. Like, it's not going to be just this fault, that fault. It's going to be, the blame is going to go to everyone, if I'm being honest. It's going to go to everyone, but the majority of the blame will go on leadership because people will advocate for things that obviously don't get put in the game. That being said, though, that Destiny dating sim, the leaders like Christopher Barrett said, no, hard no, that's not happening, right? Not him specifically, but the idea behind that, which I agree with. So quite the battle going on right now between them online. Crazy to see. There's a bunch of other replies here as well. The guy who made the original post here said, obviously, I'm an outside looking in perspective, but in a game that is intended to bring people together, this seems like such a no-brainer to be able to have a little whimsy with random players, And Christopher Barrett responds, which again, I feel like there's like this elements of people talking about things, and it's not necessarily wrong in ways of talking about, they're mischaracterizing the situation and maybe not exactly understanding the exact inner workings of how a video game is made. And It's interesting. It's interesting. I would like to see a full video or crazy podcast where Christopher Barrett breaks down exactly the decisions that were made throughout Destiny for 12 years. I know he probably can't because I would maybe break his NDA. He's probably not trying to get sued or anything like that. But it would be cool because I think that there's a lot of smoke and mirrors and there's a lot of confusion. Christopher Barrett responds to this saying, I never said it wasn't a good feature or one worth fighting for. So he's not saying it's not a bad feature to make multiplayer emotes, right? Like, it's perfectly fine. I was one of the sole developers on D1 fighting for emotes, dancing, player customization, social features, etc. And so the point he's getting at is he's not saying it's a bad feature. He's just saying when someone presents this idea, they do like a cost analysis of like, well, if we're going to implement this thing, how many devs have to work on it? How long is that cycle going to last for? What is the intended outcome? Will the emotes sell more than it cost for the developmental effort, right? And then also, what's the trade-off, right? Like, are we going to make these emotes and have a team work on these multiplayer emotes and then, leave Gambit for another season with no updates or maybe no new strikes that season or something, right? Like, there's probably going to be a trade-off, right, of some kind. And not because the emote team makes strikes, right? Let's be clear about that. Because there's a certain budgeting, right? You can only have such a high budget given every different quarter for Destiny. And so you have to allocate your budget accordingly. Right? You can't just say, you know what? Whatever we want to do, that's what we'll do. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. As cool as that would be, I mean, that would be pretty awesome. We'd probably have some pretty crazy stuff in the game if we could just do whatever we want whenever we wanted. But there has to be some organization, right? And that's all he's saying. There has to be organization. This guy says, John Halo, it's very much an evil management thing. Ooh, this guy's got some serious pushback here. When your employees are constantly, I don't know what that word means, but giving you cool ways to do cool things, and your response every time is, nah, let's waste money on developing other games and a new headquarters. Damn. Then you're a prick. Oh my God, John Halo. John Halo's going after him today. You better calm down, John Halo. It ain't that serious. Christopher Barrett says, those things are completely unrelated. I'm talking about a very specific, in the weeds game feature, not the overall culture or studio level decisions, which may a fair but separate critique. So, yeah. So the idea is there's this sentiment that, the employees are constantly giving you cool ways and cool things to do. And you, evil, bad management, man, you guys are just like, no, we want the game to die. That's what we want. We don't want to. It's like, this characterization is really silly to me. I'm happy that we get some responses, I guess, but like, I wouldn't even bother responding to some shit like this. Like, dude. And to be fair, there is a good criticism towards wasting money on developing other games. It's been talked about pretty heavily. I wish we had doubled down on the IP that's Destiny and focused on the future of that franchise as a live service game or a sequel. We talked about that. Or even a D1 remastered. That would have been the easiest slam dunk ever, right? At the very least, after COVID happened, you could see how a D1 remastered could be a perfect time and place to begin development. And it could come out on PC, have renewed everything, graphics, you name it, right? Maybe it would work, maybe it wouldn't work, maybe it'd be a flop because a lot of that D1 stuff is already in D2 technically, so it's kind of like reselling the thing that you sold once in Destiny 1 and then selling it again in Destiny 2 and then selling it a third time again with the Destiny 1 remastered. So I'm sure people would be upset to some degree, but overall, once you get the death of Destiny 2 announced, you're like, all right, you know what? We'll take it. We'll take the D1 remastered. And then the new headquarters, this is something that we criticized even back in the day. We were one of the very few voices that said anything. We offered the tiniest bit of pushback, like, hey, why are we spending like something like anywhere from like $10 to $60 million on this thing? I forget how much it was. It was crazy, but that's probably not the best decision overall. John Halo goes back saying, again, it's all related though. They should not have had to fight that hard for multiplayer emotes. It's indicative of how many times management in these companies says no to cool stuff and then is surprised when a game tanks. And then Christopher Barrett says, okay, if you say so. If you say so, John Halo. You know what? You got it all figured out, bud. That's hilarious to me. All right. Ooh, this one's spicy right here. The Destiny show is really calling him out on this one. More important than the vested socks and bonus payouts leadership received. What's your cut, Chris? 45 million? Ooh, what was your cut? Actually, you know what? That would be such a spicy news story, dude. Christopher Barrett reveals how much money he made at Bungie. I don't think he'll do it, but man, that would be pretty crazy, huh? This guy has definitely made close to the potentially the 100 million mark, which is a lot. Somewhere around there. All right, somewhere around there. Let me double check this. How much money is Christopher Barrett owed in his lawsuit against Bungie currently, according to his side of the story, his allegations? All right. Original claim is that Bungie and Sony fired him to avoid paying him more than $45 million in retention and equity compensation. And Christopher Barrett is now seeking $200 million in damages. So damage to his reputation, right? This guy is one of the most prolific Bungie devs of all time. He could have easily gone on to any studio and became the game director day one, right? Like there's no, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no limitations to what he would have post Bungie in terms of his career. The guy has done it all and has been a part of basically every successful thing in Bungie's history from the beginning. So basically with these allegations and this crazy lawsuit, it basically ended his career. He becomes a social pariah. No one's going to want to work with him. And effectively his career is done forever, right? So I think additional damages are stacked onto that, which led up to $200 million. But he is contractually owed about 45 to $50 million. So that's crazy. 50 million. Think about how much he made initially. You know, usually these deals, I mean, maybe it wasn't this way, but usually these deals will have an upfront payment right out for the bat for solidarity. So that way you can, you know, you sign this deal of like, hey, I'm going to pay you 50 million. But then a few months down the road, you get the axe like, oh, shit. So I don't know how much he made right off the bat, but it's crazy. He then goes on to say, this looks like a budget thing and more like a leadership greed thing, or this looks less like a budget thing and more like a leadership greed thing. Priorities equal money. And Christopher Barrett responds to this saying, I was talking about a specific feature, which was multiplayer emotes, not defending any leadership or their motivations. I think anyone who knew me would tell you I always fought for important features for players and to improve the game. So there it is. I think that was it. I think that was all of his replies. Bro woke up today and decided to go on a spree right here. Oh, never mind. There's more. He says, I didn't imply that you did, just merely stating that it's strange that devs would have to fight for multiplayer emotes in a game where it's intended to be a social experience. Every feature has to be fought for. This is a valid point, right? Like everything, it's not like an idea comes up and it's just like, you know, this guy just immediately is accepted, right? Everything has to be debated and talked about against 100 other priorities. Like we said, should we add a new PvP map or should we do multiplayer emotes? That was my point. That's just how game dev works. Is that more critical than a new set of supers? Ooh, he's getting into the weeds with the specific. So would you rather have multiplayer emotes or a new set of supers? A new weapon archetype? Ooh, a networking bug? Oh man, maybe, but that's just the process. And now he comes to the other side. He says, yeah, that makes sense and is understandable in the larger scope of things. Appreciate the insight into it. He's like, oh, he stands to reason. He's like, oh yeah, you know what? That does make sense, right? It's funny. So there it is. That is the end of the spree of comments and questions for Christopher Barrett, the ex-game director, who's entrenched in this crazy lawsuit. And I feel like this is the first time we've seen a little bit of pushback from the management or people that are higher up publicly saying things like, look, we get it. If you guys want to point the fingers and say evil management, leader's bad, it's fine. But it's like Bungie kind of does things in a pretty seemingly democratic way. Like there's a lot of like a group of people that make these decisions and stuff. And of course, at the end of the day, you do have to make a decision. And if the decision is good and awesome and everyone loves it, like the Witch Queen, people will praise you for it. But if the decision sucks ass and everyone's mad, like Lightfall, then everyone's going to roast you. And that's just the way she goes, man. That's the way she goes. The man in the arena, you get roasted one way or the other. And it's interesting to see a little bit more nuance and understanding of how we got to the situation. I would love to see more. I'm sure we will over the next upcoming days. We'll see more ex-Bungie devs leak and engage in conversations because I think it's like NDA, Schmendier, fuck it, we ball. Game's over. Studio's probably over. Marathon's definitely over. Have you seen Marathon lately? Oh my God. Ooh, look at that. You know what I'm saying? It's over. It's over. So now everyone's going buck wild, dude. It's crazy time. Let me know what you think about the situation down in the comments below. Oh my God, we got Nico Boy 1358 sent floating heart. It's 10 joules. I don't even know what that means. That doesn't even make sense. What the hell are even that? Thank you. Truly. What is a floating heart? Oh. What is a floating heart? Let's see here. We got what am I looking for here? I have to pull up the Google Drive. I don't know either. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. $10 joules, a happy poop emoji? What the hell? What are even 10 joules? What are 10? Someone sent me 10 joules in the YouTube chat. What is that? In my YouTube live stream. What is that worth? How much money is that? It says a happy poop, 10 joules. Did I see a PSA about a server slam next week? That's right. That's right. On Bungie Day, we're going in. That's going to be the most depressing Bungie Day ever. Imagine if Sony lays off Bungie on Bungie Day. Can you imagine, like, the ultimate? That would actually be revenge. Yo! That would actually be crazy revenge. If the revenge narrative is true, that's definitely how it goes down. Are you kidding me? That's 1 million as goes down. Sony says, happy Bungie Day. You're all fired. Pack it up. We'll do a video about that. Sony's revenge manifesto. What is a manifesto? Why is that a word? It's a manifesto is a public statement where a person, group, or organization lays out their beliefs, goals, principles, or plans for action. Sony's revenge manifesto, yes. Oh, man. Video in Drive. All right. Is Iron Banana up? Relaunching this game. So do I have to like update anything? 395K on the petition now. I know we got like 1 week left to get 5,000, and we're not getting 1,000 a day right now. So we're gonna have to kick it into full gear. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to put her in third gear, boys. Iron Depression this week. I wonder if anyone has a working RPG with a Galhorn skin. So important question. Does everyone who gets fired before the options mature lose them? So Jason Jones does not get them? No, I'm sure it's like... I'm sure it's not like that. I'm sure it's all written. Dude, like these contracts are like fucking probably 100 pages long or something crazy. I'm sure it's nothing wacky going on there. You just don't get as much, right? Like you're very incentivized to stay until the very end. You know what I'm saying? You want to stay until the bitter end, no matter the outcome. We were talking about this a little bit with like DMG, how he had recently posted on Twitter and stuff saying like, you know, or like on the, there'd be a multi-year roadmap and all these things, right? And like multi-year roadmap, and then they just like canceled the game. We were pretty confused. Oh, the Iron Banner has returned. Yes. Yes. And we're like, man, they kind of screwed that guy over. They really kind of screwed DMG over. And so I kind of thought afterwards it would be like, I thought DMG might be like on Twitter and be like, hey, you guys made me look like a fool. So F you guys, I'm out of here. But instead he just like joined Marathon. And I'm like, wait a second. That's a plot twist and a half right there. What the fuck? So, but I think part of that comes down to when you have seniority, you get those vested stock options or something. I don't know. You're probably making a lot of money. You can't blame the guy. He's making tons of money. But man, that's a rough situation, right? Imagine your boss effectively takes your head and dunks your head into the toilet bowl during the company meeting and then gives you an atomic wedgie. And then you're just like, all right, boss, what do you want me to do next? You know? That's what I feel like with that situation. Like, that's rough. But you walk past your boss at the office and he puts a piece of paper with a tape on it, says loser. And it's like, what do you want me to do next, boss? Like, that's kind of a very unusual way of behaving, but you know what? That's the way it goes, I guess. Can't blame anyone right now in the games industry because so many people are getting laid off that it's like, I would want a job too. You know what I'm saying? If I was in the games industry, I would want a job too, especially one that's paying $100,000+ a month. My God. Google is shutting down the gift provider Tenor. Really? Probably just don't need it. You probably can just integrate it into Google's fucking Thanos gauntlet of software. Where's Iron Banner at? What the fuck is... Hey, wait a second. He's up there. Oh, shit. Dude, Iron Banner not in the middle? They reallocated Iron Banner over here. They threw you into the fucking corner over here, Saladin. feel like the lighting on your face is not accurate. It is not that dark. It is not that dark. It is a bright-ass sunny day at the tower, sir. And then I interact with you, and then it's fucking midnight. Oh, man. I actually don't care that much. The focused decoding. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Legacy gear. Oh, okay. Yes. Good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's go here. Ooh. Control or eruption? Dude, I'm not gonna lie, eruption is kind of whack. Every time I play eruption, I run forward, I kill the people, and then they spawn on the other side of the map, and I'm on this like huge map. I can never make it over to the other side. I blow up. Any new weapons? I don't know. Just like the tiered weapons. I don't know. Did they say there was new Iron Banner weapons? I missed that. Ooh, which ones? Which ones? What's good the ray gun has gone? Quick question, Lucky. My wife was playing Destiny last night, grinding for about 2 hours, and all she could get from any legendary engrams was either the exact same leg armor or the exact same scout rifle over and over and over and over again. There was no variation loot. Any idea why that was? I have no clue. Sounds like she needs some boots and scout rifles, though. The game said, what if boots and scout rifles only? I have no clue. I've never heard of that before. God said, it's time for you to wear these boots and use this scout. It's weird. Yeah, definitely weird. I've not heard of this glitch. But there are some glitches out there. In fact, I need to talk about this cheese forever glitch. I forgot about this one. Fuck, gotta do that. This is a crazy one. I don't watch Twitch much, but you might be the only streamer I've seen that have a YouTube chat in your Twitch chat. That's dope. That's what I'm talking about. The YouTube chat is in the Twitch chat.